good morning, and we are here at the UE Spec, where the Leeward Islands are engaged in battle with the combined campuses and colleges. The Leeward Islands are resuming on 15 without loss, and they are looking to Kyron Powell and Mikhail Louis to be among the runs so they can get a win on the final day. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes started the match second on the table behind the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and of course the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're on the back foot against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So it's quite possible that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes can go atop the table with a win here against the combined campuses and colleges Marooners here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field at the UE Spec in Trinidad, in St. Augustine, Trinidad. So of course the Leeward Islands a lot to play for, and especially Mikhail Louis, who had already scored 200s in this tournament, back-to-back hundreds in fact. And of course, if you get among the runs, if he can get another three-figure score, certainly can do him a huge favor to be among the players who would be heading to England in the summer to play 3 tests. So of course it's left to be seen here at the UE Spec, where the Leeward Islands will be really banking on Mikhail Louis and Kyron Powell to get this win here at the UE Spec. And of course the campus players, the college players, they will have their work set out. They did very well in the first innings. We're going to see how they approach this. They will want to get 10 wickets and get their first win in this year's tournament. This blazing sunshine here. We have had rain, overnight rain, not heavy, but of course it's all sunshine now for the players to enjoy the final day, the fourth and final day of this Cricket West Indies Championship match. So of course we want to say good morning to all the viewers again. So Jediah Blades will be picking up the attack from the northern end, or the gymnasium end, and he will be bowling to the left-handed Kyron Powell, the former, don't want to say the former, but the out of favor West Indies opener. Jediah Blades, the left arm medium fast. So Blades leaves the northern and down the leg side, and it will get 4. So the first ball will be 4 runs. I'm checking to see if it's 4 runs to Kyron Powell. The umpire does not signal leg by, so it's a nice glance, a flick from Powell. First ball of the 4th morning. Powell gets 4. So Blades will want to try again from the northern end. Passes the umpire. This one he's leaving. Well taken by the wicketkeeper Jamal Hamilton, another out of favor West Indies player who has been quite vocal and animated throughout the 4 days, well, the 3 days in this match so far. Not getting past the slip cordon this time. They have a whole day to 90 overs, a minimum of 90 overs to get this target. No, this one has stayed low. A lot of cracks on this pitch. I was looking at the pitch earlier, and there are a lot of cracks, and some of these cracks are of a goodish length, of a shortish length. So if you can, the bowlers can aim for these cracks. Bowling wicket to wicket, it would cause some problems for the batsman. The cracks are like similar to the Grand Canyon. And he's gone. So Blade strikes in the first over. Kyron Powell caught that slip. And the Leewards, not what they wanted. Not what they wanted. Powell goes for 5. CCC was aiming for as we welcome Ruskin Mark to join us this morning.
Thank you very much, and of course it is the perfect start. In fact, we've seen that almost every morning now because we either get late wickets or we get early wickets, and it happened for both teams so far, so I guess it was more of the same, and that man Blades continues to do the business here for the CCC. And I was making the point yesterday, Ian, that anything close to 300 or in excess of 300 could pose a challenge on this particular wicket because of the two-pace nature. We've seen deliveries squat after pitching and some lifting and jumping. So it is going to pose a challenge, and especially for a team that is chasing a fairly sizable total. I mean, it's just 100 every session, but that's a simple way of looking at it. But you have to factor in the quality of the bowling that they're facing, and that is where I think the big challenge for the Leeward Islands rests right now.
And of course, the cracks in the pitch doesn't help at all. It doesn't help the batters at all.
It certainly creates another dimension for them, and it obviously gives the bowlers a little incentive, something extra to work with.
So Mario Graves will take up the attack from the southern end, and he would like to have some kind of success as well.
Romario has bowled well. He doesn't have the blinding figures, but he's had a fine all-round game. So I think his confidence should be very high. He had 5 in the first innings, so I think he should be really all key. Could possibly bowl his team to a victory. He had 5 for 63 in the Leeward's first innings, and that's after making 58. And that one is turned away nicely for a comfortable single in the end. Actually, they're going to come back for 2 runs. And this is the man, Michael Louis, who is obviously keen on putting bat to ball. He's a big, strong lad. So what a start 19 for 1. They resumed at 15 without loss. And what has made this wicket even more significant, because Powell was the one who stood up in the first innings to get that 100, a splendid 114.
Now the stage is set for Mikhail Louis to stand up and have a significant score in this second innings. He already had back-to-back hundreds early in the tournament, and of course he can do himself a great favour and put himself in the reckoning for a spot to go to England in the summer.
He certainly is a player that I'm sure the West Indian selectors must look at, and he is in the mold of some of the greats of the past. He's a prototypical West Indian batsman, big, strong, hits the ball hard, and not afraid to take the challenge to the bowler. Today is the last day across the board, so we could have some interesting battles. And that's another beautiful shot. That's going to run down the hill for 4 runs. Stroked nicely. He didn't try to overhit it. He just got that left foot out, and the bat came with a nice arc and placed it.
So Louis, among the runs of this season already, a very good young player with a good technique, reaching for that ball, coming forward. Like the idea of the batsmen coming forward to spinners. I noticed lately a lot of batsmen have the tendency to play spinners on the back foot, to their own detriment, I might add.
Well, I think a lot of batsmen do that as the over comes to an end. A lot of batsmen do that, Ian, primarily because they're not sure which way the ball is turning. So that is kind of like their fallback position when they're unsure.
So they can give themselves enough time to adjust to the direction of the ball. But one thing I've learned, Ruskin, is that another way you can play spinners is coming forward and meeting the ball, so to kill whatever spin that the ball would have. So as the ball drops, there you will play the ball immediately.
That, of course, is the traditional methodology as we look at Blades starting a new over. But what has happened now is because so many batsmen tend to get not necessarily behind the line of the ball, but at the side of the ball. And it's the way, I suppose, the modern batsman allows himself to open up, both sides of the wicket, especially the offside. So they don't really get behind the line of the ball much. They tend to stay slightly to the side of the ball, and so that they can free their arms to go through the offside. So what you find happening a lot of times is that they also try to cater for the movement of the ball, because if you're in behind the line of the ball, there is a tendency to play across the line if the ball moves, especially if it's coming back into you. You tend to bring the bat across, and sometimes you're either too late or you hit right across the line of the ball sometimes. But I think that the thinking is if they're inside the line, at least they have a chance to meet it. That's another good shot. But Puran does well. And a spare thought here for the captain, Shamar Brooks, who is behind the stumps. That's because of the injury to the regular wicketkeeper, the Mario Richards. And this game also has a little bit of history in it because we had a concussion subs.
Yes.
And he batted well to McCarthy. So Blades right on spot. Still giving excellent service to his captain and his team. And let me just say my congratulations to Kwesi Brown. He made it into the finals of the men's Keirin this morning. That final should be coming up shortly. a beauty. That one just pitched and left him.
It's a good line and a good length. It's good to see the left arm seamers staying over the wicket to the right-handed batsman. I know a lot of times bowlers, left-armers would want to come around the wicket to the right-handers, but this is a very good line. Getting some good movement as well.
He really has bowled well, and he's gotten some reward. He is again, and that one just squirts along the ground, and it went right through Shamar Brooks. Luckily, it didn't hit the helmet behind him, but it goes down for 4 runs. So he got an under edge, and it raced down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Excellent over from the young man, although just that last delivery ball staying low and causing some problems for the makeshift wicketkeeper Brooks. But Brooks has kept wicket for the West Indies under similar circumstances when he had to put on the gloves.
I think they also had an option. Kamil Puran could probably assume those responsibilities as well, if needed. So this battle continues, and I think this is the wicket that these two, Casey Carty is also a very capable batsman, but of course Louis is the one who, I think this one left the bat a little bit uppishly, but well away from that short mid-wicket, who's fairly straight. So 29 for 1 at the moment. Still have a long way to go. But these batsmen can score quickly. So we have a slight adjustment in the field. The fourth short leg he was close in. He's now been pushed back some after Louis played that one uppishly. As a for LBW decision, not out, says the umpire. He was a long way forward. He's a tall man, and once he groups forward like that, it has to be a delivery that is either very straight or any turn at all could very well miss the stumps. Again, you could see him reaching out the bat well in front of the pad, and again, I suppose it's what you're most comfortable with. But the better players of spin tend to play the ball right under their eyes, right in line with the pads. And that's a good shot, and he's going to get a single. Well fielded by the bowler, but couldn't stop it totally. But we've seen many batsmen use different approaches to playing spin, especially when they're in the defensive mood. Some, like you say, some like to play on the back foot. Others just sort of group forward and try to kill the spin. That's the end of the over. 30 for 1 at the end of it.
To the Leeward Islands losing the early wicket, that of Kyron Powell for 5. And of course, that's not what they wanted. They wanted a good start from these two this morning. So they're going at 316 runs to win. So they would have wanted a very good first session. But losing Powell in the first over, certainly not in the plans. This is Blades. Blades at the northern end. He will continue. Blades is the bowler who got the wicket of Powell.
wasn't too comfortable going there. He's had some struggles with his run-up so far in this game, but he's been able to, in the main part, overcome them. Because we saw Louis, remember yesterday he got Otley with a no ball. There's a loud appeal from LBW. Yes, he's out. It just hit and it just rolled. And that is part of the vagaries of this wicket on the 4th day. And that is the big fish right now. Louis is the man who has to go. And certainly it was a ball that pitched and it really squatted. And he goes for 12. And that is the blow that they were looking for. That's 2 down for 13 now.
And of course, we talked about the pitch earlier, Ruskin, and the cracks. And if the bowlers can bowl straight, hitting one of those cracks, it can cause some problems for the batters. And the cracks, if you look at which part these cracks size, offer good length, a shortish length. So when you see the ball dropping short, your first instance is to go on the back foot. And being on the back foot and the ball staying low will cause problems for any batsman.
Yes, it is, and certainly he didn't have a chance there. That one just hit. In fact, it's a similar delivery to the one that got Shamar Brooks out on the first day. He, again, just tried to pick up the line, but once the ball pitched and never got up, he couldn't get the bat down in time, and he was plumb in front. Similar thing here for Louis. Unfortunately, he has to go. So it's a nice breakthrough. 2 already this morning. They didn't get the one last night that they were craving for, but Louis again, or rather Blades again, has more than made up for that with his second wicket this morning. And he has his team, the CCC, in the driver's seat firmly.
So the Leeward Islands, 2 wickets down on pursuit of 316. So they are definitely on the back foot. They are definitely in some early problems. I need these 2 batsmen to go until lunch. They don't need any more wickets in the morning session.
And again, everybody coming to bat now, Graves and all the others, must make some kind of a contribution, and I think they need some big contributions from everybody up and down the line.
I think they would need these 2 batsmen to stay, at least to stay until lunch, definitely. And if they can score about 70 to 80 runs in the first session, that would help rebuild this innings.
They certainly have work to do here. And again, Blades is not making it easy for them. He's bowling a wicket-to-wicket line and operating on the maxim, you miss, I hit. And the batsman obviously under a bit of pressure. When you first come to the crease, you don't want to have to be playing too many deliveries, especially ones that are threatening your stumps. And that's exactly what the batsmen are finding out this morning. I think they've played on the wicket long enough to know that that is what players are looking at here. If you bowl wicket to wicket, you're always in the game. There's another one right up there, appealing for an LBW decision. And again, not out, says the umpire. The idea being that it hit his pad first before the bat. But he certainly had to get his feet out of the way. And luckily for him, he did. He probably just got the bat down in time. And everybody is just watching at him there and asking him, did you really play that first with the bat? And in typical fashion, he says, yes. What else would you expect him to say?
That's a very good delivery from Blades.
again attacking the stumps. He's not giving the batsman any kind of leeway at all. And the slips go down, two of them on a gully. And once again, he's there threatening. They're going to go for a quick single, and they'll get it too. In fact, Carty was very late in getting off the mark, but luckily for him, Graves able to call him, Justin Graves, and they were able to complete the single. So he's off the mark.
So they need McCarthy and Graves, both with West Indies experience, two international players in this team, and of course they want them to bring out all the experience that they have in this innings, and today they need it from them. This one is turned on the onside. They wouldn't get a boundary, but they will get two as they come back for two. They were thinking about a third, but they don't want to chance the arm of Goodrich down in the deep, so they will settle for two.
So what a start this is for the CCC. Remember, they are winless so far in the competition. So any kind of success for them. They already had first innings, which was a big achievement for them. They got a batsman almost getting 100. He got to 99. And so it's really a question now of him trying to get over the line in this game. They've done all the hard work. It's now a question of can they finish the job.
It would be very good if they can do that and get their first win for this season. Back into the first class arrangement.
Yannick Otley getting to that 99. Have you ever been dismissed on 99, Wilson?
I never even got to 99. My highest score in club cricket is 34. You know, normally I would come in at number 8, 9, 10.
That's no excuse. As quick as you're playing, you always want to score runs.
Even in practice, I would bowl and not even bat.
That's well played. Again, not trying to go across the ball, but as it turned, just helping it on its way. And two easy runs for Graves. So this is really where the scenario really becomes interesting now, is can they preserve their wickets, or will the CCC continue to take wickets?
Well, the Leewards will need to go until at least go to lunch without losing any more wickets. Should they lose any one of these wickets, whether it's Carty or Graves, they will be in certain problems. These are the two batsmen you want a very big contribution from.
They are in some strife at the moment, and a little bit of indecision here, and that's the last thing they need would be a run out, some kind of a mix up in the running between the wickets. And we've had examples of good running between the wickets, but we've also seen players struggle, teammates struggle to be on the same page when it comes to judging singles and turning ones into twos or twos into threes. So they've had their issues. Now this is risky in a sense because he doesn't have a deep backward square. He's brought him in and he's bowling off spin. And I suppose he could experiment right now because his bowlers are right on top of these two batsmen. But that's a risk because any kind of contact could very well go for four. And here's another appeal for an LBW decision. Not out, says the umpire. Might have been a little bit of bat involved there as well as he was coming forward. And certainly interesting times here because he is getting a little bit of purchase off the wicket. And I remember Sir Richard Hadley saying you don't really need much movement, you just want a little bit of movement to move it off the line that the batsman thinks.
Of course.
That is pitching.
I remember playing and one of my coaches, the great Bernard Julian, said if you get too much swing, you will beat the entire bat, and that's not what you want. You want enough movement to find the edge. Too much movement, and you miss the entire bat.
That completes another good over here as the Leeward Islands continue to try to dig themselves out of a hole here. A hole created by the man Blades, 35 for 2. And it really is a bit of an uphill climb for them now. Because they came here this morning, I'm sure, optimistic that they would kick on. And they started well last night. The first over went for 10 runs. Then the other two were like maidens, or and they certainly looked like they meant business. Kieran Powell, of course, would have been key to all of that. But once he departed this morning, it kind of opened the door for the CCC. Can they kick it down now? That's the question. Here's another one that squirted.
Very problematic for the batsman this morning. Some of the deliveries staying very low, not getting up at all.
But to be honest, we saw some of that even from the first day. Some deliveries kept low, and at the pace at which he is bowling, it could certainly create some serious problems for these batsmen.
In the air, but safe. They will get to 2. The ball does not have the legs to reach the boundary, so comfortable 2. 2 more added to the score.
Casey Carty, of course, is another one that the Leewards will be depending on to get them out of this hole. And the thing about it is that we all see the potential and the capabilities of a lot of these batsmen. The challenge for them invariably has been to really settle in and consistently get big scores. Again, nicely worked off the legs, and he's going to get another almost in a similar direction. He might want a third one, and he will get it too.
Decided to test the arm of Motara.
And I feel Motara may have a big role to play before it's all said and done today.
Has been among the wickets. So Motara will be keen to have the ball in his hand later as the game progresses.
And he showed good capabilities with the bat as well. When he was there with Utley yesterday and almost took him to his 100.
Utley even decided, why am I shielding this young man? He can bat.
That's well played. That's a good shot. That's a good chase out there. But again, he couldn't hold it in. Went scrambling over there, Kamil Puran, but not able to stop it.
A good effort from Puran, but the ball was well struck, and of course he couldn't stop that 4 runs.
That's powerfully struck as well. And again, good timing. Okay. So I think it was a no ball as well. So he has to be mindful of that. He bowled a few in the game so far.
I'm just seeing Ruskin that Coventry City has beaten Wolves in the FA Cup quarterfinals with a score of 3-2.
Just as Dennis Lawrence leaves. But I'm sure he would have been instrumental in getting them there as part of the backroom staff. But he's picked up he has a new destination now, MLS with the Minnesota FC, which is where, of course, one of our former national captains plied his trade for a number of years, Kevin Molyneux. And ironically, he is out of MLS this season because his contract with Columbus Crew was not renewed. So Graves is 7, Carty is 11. And these two really need to really stitch together a good partnership here. Blades 2 for 27. This one again, good lift there, good carry. Look at where Shamar Brooks was taking that one over his left shoulder. And every so often we have deliveries that misbehave like that. And you have to, as a batsman, be mindful of that. That will happen from time to time. You just have to try to be in a good position to play them when they do happen or when they do occur. Again, just angling into the pads there again to complete the over. 45 for 2 at the end of that over. Leeward Islands chasing a massive 316 for a victory.
That 316 could be looking like about 500 now.
Yeah, the more you lose wickets, it's like the further away the target looks. And once again, they're asking the rammer to come out and help with the bowler's boot marks. We've had this issue almost every day so far in the tournament at both ends, in this game rather. We even saw, who was it? Louis. Louis was the one who actually took the rammer himself and started to pound it because he probably felt he could handle the situation better than anybody else. And he knew what he wanted to get out of it. And so they're doing both ends one time since the left-hander bowler Blades is operating from this end. So a little delay in proceedings here, but I don't think the players would mind too much, especially if they can correct an issue that they're having with the playing conditions or with the pitch itself, and but I suppose once they're able to correct that, we should be able to have a resumption of play almost immediately. And that's well played. That's a big chase there for Primus. He's not the quickest of movers between the wickets. So quickly the score pushes on out of 47 for 2. And doing it again, it's like a repeat. And I don't think he's turning the ball as prodigiously as he would like to not have a fielder at that backward point position because you're basically gifting the batsman runs because he's not turning the ball that much. And here's a bit of worrying news, Ian. In the Kieran 7-12 race, Nicholas Paul failed to start. He didn't finish his semi-final heat either. So I don't know if he had a crash or what, but he certainly didn't face the start, and that could be worrying because he's supposed to lead tomorrow in the sprint event later this evening. And so I'm sure I'll try to find out what is the situation with him. And Kwesi Brown finished 5th in the Kieran final, ran off a short while ago. And but he was like the only regional rider in the final. That's well played, and he played it away from the man at that forward short leg position. And if you look at the 7-12, because they normally ride, the top 12 riders still get a chance to ride, and in that 7-12 event, Nicholas Paul failed to start. And I think John Enfa from Suriname also was in that grouping. And he's a rider who has graced our shores here for the Easter Grand Prix when he was coming up as a young rider. And, but he too resides or does most of his work at the UCI Center, as does Paul, and there's just another one that is keeping very low. So that brings the over to an end, 51 for 2 after 12. So Jaya Tonenfa out of Suriname finishing 8th or 2nd in the 7-12 sprint in the Kieran. And speaking of Kieran, today of course at Southern Games you will see events like that on the track, on the cycle track at Skinner Park. And there's a little bit of cloud cover, the dark clouds, but no threat of rain at the moment.
Yes, at least the players will be glad to know that they will be getting some kind of shade, because in the last few days it was hot sun, not any cloud cover at all. So, and of course the bowlers will be glad to know that they will get some bit of swing with the cloud cover as well.
So conditions have changed quite nicely, and looking in the distance, looks like there's some rain threatening or beginning to the cloud cover is very low, and so that suggests that we could get a little rain at some point in time today. It may be sooner rather than later, but with the strong wind that we're getting, who knows, it might just blow those clouds, either blow them away or bring them here quicker. But right now it's still good conditions, and we have a change in the bowling.
Yes, Goodridge is in the attack, bowling from the northern end. Goodridge strongly built.
And the thing about this cycling event, this is a what we call a World Cup event, a UCI World Cup event in China, and or Nations Cup event in China. And what it is, this is Olympic qualifying, so you get points. Even if you don't win the event, you will get some points. So that's why it's so important for riders to go. So now that Kwesi Brown has finished 5th, by just reaching the final, he is entitled to a fair amount of points. In fact, from that event, he would probably get, well, he quite naturally get more points than Nicholas Paul. But Paul is probably going to outdo him in the sprint event. So it's another nicely lined delivery. Amari Goodrich, tall, very powerful man. He has these, what we call tree trunks for legs. He's big and strong. And an indication that he probably been putting in quite a bit of work. And the ground staff also on the ready, it looks like. And that too could run down the hill. It's a long chase of Puran. He cannot cut it off. That's 4 runs. Without really trying to hit it too hard, he just placed it nicely into the gap there, Carty, and collects 4 runs. So he pushes on quickly to 20. Graves is 9 at the other end. It's 56 now for 2.
So they have to consolidate because of the early losses, the 2 wickets. So they have to consolidate, they have to build at the same time, they have to get the runs on the board. So they have a lot of work to do. Casey Carty and Justin Graves, 2 players with experience internationally. Justin Graves, part of the West Indies team that triumphed over Australia. Casey Carty doing well and making a name for himself in the West Indies white ball setup, particularly the one-day team.
Yeah, these two have added 26 from 29 deliveries, so they've done very well. You look at the ground staff, they just seem a little antsy. They're trying to get the covers in position should the rains come. You can see the clouds circling around the ground.
I think the technical crew will also be antsy because our cameras are open to the elements as well.
So 56 for 2 after 13 overs. Carty is 20-13. To Michael Louis made 13.
Especially the one Joel. Especially the camera Joel. Especially that. I see the camera, especially the one Joel. As you feel that drop, bring in my camera. But I'm not
So it's going to be Graves. Romario Graves will continue. Not for 20 so far. And again, well struck and well fielded by Puran. As you look in the distance, you could see the normal blue skies with white clouds that has permeated over the last couple of days. As nowhere to be found right now. And another couple of runs here. So they are leaking runs. As you look at the weather conditions, some really heavy clouds really just rolling in at the moment, threatening to spoil an otherwise nicely poised cricket match here at the UE Spec. Cameraman Joel Phillips keeping us aware of what is happening around us. So Graves hasn't been as consistent with his line as he was in the first innings. I don't know if he's trying too hard. He just needs to relax and bowl. And sometimes when you're trying to limit a team, it requires a little bit of patience. You're not going to get a wicket with every ball or in every over. So sometimes you just have to kind of work and keep working.
Yes, of course, bowlers need to understand that, and sometimes they also need to understand that Sometimes it takes not just one ball to prize out a wicket. What makes a wicket taking ball is sometimes the deliveries before that ball.
You build the pressure, and you certainly set up the batsman in a way. So the breeze is blowing, but obviously I think this is a real departure from what we've had over the first 3 days of this game. It's been brilliant sunshine, bright conditions. Here it is again, well played once more by Justin Graves. Just allowing the ball to come on to him, not trying to go and meet it. It's the end of the over, 59 for 2 after 14. And quite naturally, Amari Goodrich is the one who will continue.
Just looking at some scores here in the local league here in Trinidad. We have Clark Road United and Marching Sports. Kyle Hope is on 14 not out. And when Clark Road batting 27 without loss. So that was a short while ago. Kyle Hope out of favour Barbadian. But as a ball leaves and beats the bat and picked up by the wicket keeper. And earlier this season, Hope scored 242, batting for Clark Road. In some good nick here.
Yes, he's been playing in Trinidad now for quite a number of years, so he will know these conditions very well. In fact, represented Trinidad and Tobago as well. So I would imagine he must be saying to himself, look, it's time I show my true capabilities. And a double hundred, nobody could argue with a double hundred. And we also had another batsman get a double century not too long ago. That's well played.
Another score coming in here. Central Sports 27 for 2. They just lost Shane Mosley, who lost his place with the Barbados team. And now he's plying his trade here with Central Sports. They lost their second wicket a short while ago, 27 for 2. Lendell Simmons, the former West Indies batsman, the other wicket to go. And they are playing against Queen's Park at the Fatima grounds. Of course, the Queen's Park cannot use the Oval because that venue is all hosting the Windward Island Volcanoes and the Red Force.
And these two are continuing to bat, to be very positive in their stroke play. They're not taking too many risks, but they are finding big gaps in the field, and that's something Brooks has to be very aware of areas where he can plug some of those run scoring options that the batsmen are utilizing, square the wicket on the offside on both ends. They seem to have a real penchant for scoring through that point region. Graves really looks a picture on defense. And the big fella, Amari Goodrich. Built for pace, as they say. A nice lifter there, but well played in the end. So, you can have both teams could be doing what they want at the same time, but one obviously could be doing it better than the other. And that sometimes could be the difference. But what I think Goodrich and company are doing, they're not allowing although we've had quite a number of runs, they're not conceding boundaries. and they're just making life as difficult as possible for them. And I just think with field placing, they could plug a few more of those gaps. And again, that's very well played. This time playing it through the onside. So again, Kieran Powell caught Primus bowled Blades for 9, and Louis LBW to Blades for 13. It's 63 for 2 now after 15.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Are you ready? June 1st to 29th. The ICC T20 World Cup here in the Caribbean and in the US. Ian, I hope you have your visa ready. For the United States, that is it.
Still working on that.
All right, playing and missing. This time he's going around the wicket. Graves trying to just change the line a little bit. But again, he has left that gap open, square the wicket on the offside. But he does have the slip, a leg slip and a forward short leg. And the ball again is coming through that gap on the offside. So good backing up there. Primus a little bit wayward with his throw. And this is what, the third or fourth time he's had to make that run. So he's probably not a happy camper having to sprint. So nice cool conditions, and I'm sure the quicker bowlers would love these, will relish the atmospheric conditions. Maybe they can pitch the ball up a little bit more and see if it swings. So really looking at a real picture there, not trying to overhit the ball, but trying to play each ball on merit. And a nice bit of fielding once again. So they've really been trying to just to limit scoring, because that, like I said, that could build the pressure and maybe induce a false shot. But it's about patience on the fielding team as well as the batsman. Another one that keeps a little bit low to end the over. 65 for 2 at the end of this one. So 23, Takati Grace, who's 15, is on strike. Goodrich it is who is going to continue. Goodrich hasn't had the kind of luck you would think, or sometimes you, as a bowler, you probably need a little luck, but I don't think he's had much of that. Not for 38 in the Leeward's first innings. I'm sure he would like to be among the wickets this time around. He's certainly bowled well enough to be credited with a wicket or two. And again, the line is good. And at this juncture, sometimes you want to see the bowlers maybe do a little bit more with the ball in terms of the movement, seam movement off the seam. If you're not going to get the ball to fly up and to beat the batsman with sheer pace, then you need to beat them with something else, some kind of variation.
But the conditions, Hoskin, overcast conditions, should be able to help them with some movement in the air.
They're going for one, they think of a second, they're going to have to hurry, and he didn't collect the ball, really. As he was trying to do it all in one motion, and Shamar Brooks failed to collect it. Would have been close. Might even have been an out.
Yes, from our vantage point, that looked pretty close. But had the throw had been better. But it's all about could have, would have, should have.
67 for 2 now.
So as we're talking about the movement, and of course these conditions are ideal for some swing, the bowlers would want to pitch the ball a bit further to give the ball time to swing, but Goodrich is just bowling the ball off a good length.
Yeah, because he's predominantly a short of a length bowler.
I would love to see how. Well, we already have seen blades in the attack. A bowler who would be able to get some kind of condition, get something from these conditions. Kamil Puran, he bowls a decent medium. We have seen him bowl a decent medium pace, so he could be able to get some kind of purchase with these conditions.
And a nice sound with the ball hitting the middle of the bat. And yes, if you have a bowler who can consistently put the ball down and move it in and away, bowling some off cutters, bowling away seamers, under these conditions here, it can prove to be a bit of a handful. And what happens invariably, somebody of the height of a Kamil Puran may also get the ball to stay low and shoot on pitching.
And now looking at another score from Coolidge, Barbados Pride and Guyana Happy Eagles. Barbados in pursuit of 343 and 90 for 3. Brathwaite already back in the pavilion. McCaskey, he's still there, 55 not out. Another player who would have been part of that tour to Australia. Didn't get a game there, but he was part of the team. Certainly, Barbados would want him to get a big score, to get anywhere close to that 343 to take that win against the Guyana Happy Eagles. He's there now with Raymond Reefer, who is with him on 1. To come, we have Jason Holder and Shane Dowich. They would want these two batsmen to have big scores. So they are well capable of doing that. Jason with a double test. A test double 100.
Well, here's another boundary that, again, those gaps, and I think Shamar Brooks has to be mindful here of how you plug those gaps. A fieldsman at third man might be an option because already they are leaking quite a few runs in that part of the field, and even though this is still early days yet, remember they're looking at probably about 100 runs a session. You know, already they're up to 73 here. We haven't even had the water break it. So he has to be mindful of that and try to figure out how does he slow down the scoring even more.
Yes, they're going at a pretty good rate.
Of course, wickets will help. But in the meantime, you still have to know exactly how you're going to dictate pace. 73 for 2 after 17 overs, with Graves on 23, the same as Carty. And as we talk about the water break, the players will get some refreshments as the clouds continue to roll in here, circling the UE spec out at the Sir Frank Royal Park here in St. Augustine. And certainly some ominous signs at the moment in terms of the weather.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Let's welcome you back here. 73 for 2. As you see, that's the picture just to the east of us. As the players are back out in the middle, both batsmen on 23. And Mario Gray is looking for his first wicket in this, the second innings. He had 5 in the first. No doubt trying to pull things back here and keep the pressure on the Leeward Islands. And the best way to do it is to keep taking wickets. Another lovely on drive. And excellent cricket all round. So 2 more to the score. Carty really looks a good picture. And keeping very low indeed. And we saw him in the first innings get the ball to really pitch and squirt along the ground on a couple of occasions, and he picked up wickets with those deliveries. So far, these batsmen have been able to nullify that. And well bowled again, but well played in the end by Carty. So get over just the 2 runs coming off of it, 75 for 2. 18 overs completed. And Ian, who is your pick for the sportsman and sportswoman of the year?
I haven't really put any thought in that.
Nicholas Paul,
Yeah, of course, he will be a
Dylan
shoo-in.
Carter, Michel Liai,
And the nominee for cricket is who?
Ramharak.
And the male nominee for cricket has that been named?
Yep.
I think Dylan Carter has done quite well this year, but this is Goodrich. That ball is good, peeling on the inside, on the onside, and they would just get one. Not really interested for the second run, as Graves and Carty look to push on until lunch. Of course, they are chasing 316 for the win. The Leewards not successful in this form of the game in quite a while.
Darren Bravo is the male nominee. Brendan Boudou and Mitchell are the junior, and Karishma Ramhara. And for cycling of Nicholas Paul and Alexia Costa Ramirez. Sidal Summers the junior, Makira Wallace. And again, these two have settled in quite nicely. You know, when you one of the athletes who has been doing very well for Trinidad and Tobago at whether it's junior level, senior level, well, he's a senior now. He's playing, you know, in England, playing professionally. Is Teague McCannell, hockey. That's another glorious shot, not timed to perfection, but certainly stroking it well. And now he's checking the bat, almost as if the bat broke somewhere. Yes, I think the handle might be a little bit loose there. And yeah, Teague McCannell is easily our best player now, and taking over from his longtime coach and national teammate, Quad Wayne Brown, who is easily one of the best hockey players in the world. In athletics, you have Jareem Richards, Michel Liahi, Imani Matthew, and Janae DeGans as the junior nominees. So I would think, and of course, swimming is also an area where Trinidad and Tobago has been doing very well. That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. He didn't hit it too hard. He just stroked it, and is going to get another comfortable 2 runs.
To Goodrich, just guilty of overpitching that one and allowing Graves to just lean forward on the front foot and just push it for 2. The score moves on by 2. 79 for 2. The partnership just 1 short of 50 between these two. They have had to come together and repair the early damage caused by blades. Both on 26 respectively, and of course they're in pursuit of 316 runs, so they need to stick together. Casey Canty and Justin Graves, 2 West Indies players. This one climbing, and Graves on the back foot, got high on his toes to play that safely. Well played by the young man. So it's 79 for 2 at the end of the 19th over.
So this game here just really nicely poised at the moment. The Leeward Islands showing their pedigree and why it is their second on the table. CCC really have to dig deep here to try to get a result out of this game. And the key for them is wickets. The key for the Leeward Islands is continue to score runs. 316 is the target. Like I said, if you could get 100 runs a session, you're right, within striking distance. And I want to believe that's how the Leeward Islands would have assessed their approach to this innings. But the key for them also is not to lose too many wickets early, because it puts pressure, added pressure, and everybody else lower down. Not the best of throws, and so that's a 50-run partnership between these two, 29 and 26 respectively. So they're rolling along quite nicely at 80 for 2.
Yes, they came together with the Leewards in a spot of border at 30 for 2. And they've done quite well. And just in about an hour, they were able to put together 50 runs.
And they haven't taken, any sort of unnecessary risks. Like I said, I think the big gaps in the field has assisted them, but the batsmen themselves have also played well. And it will be interesting to see what it is Shamar Brooks does with the young leg spinner. If he introduces him early and see if he can prize out a wicket or two for him. It's another one that keeps very low but handled well in the end. And that brings the over to an end. It's 82 for 2 now at the end of that over. And now it's going to be Utley, who got to 99 he gets a chance to just say round his arm a little bit.
Yannick Utley, more known for his batting. Just getting a hand.
Well, actually, it is going
Goodrich.
to be Goodrich who's going to continue. Utley was just probably sending a message.
Letting Brooks know that he has another option.
Yep.
But of course, Motara will be another option for Brooks.
So a great opportunity for these two to probably post big scores. And they have a good start here, both of them on 28. You know, so when you look at a prototypical fast bowler, take a look at Goodrich. He has big shoulders. He has these powerful legs.
Yes, he's built. He's built as a fast bowler. Typical built for a fast bowler.
And that one beating the outside edge. And again, it goes through. It's gone for 4 byes. So, like I said, it may not seem significant right now, but they're scoring at such a fast rate that by the time the CCC recognizes what has happened, if they can't break this partnership, at least you have to find ways to frustrate them and to limit their scoring. But right now they seem incapable of doing that. And buys and extras and overthrows, that wouldn't help the cause for CCC.
And of course, that instance, that last delivery, and just showing up Brooks as not being a specialist wicket keeper. Remember, he's just wicket keeping because of the concussion replacement.
For Richards. But that's brilliant again. That's very well played. And that too is going to run away down the hill and it's going to get close to the boundary. It actually, does he stop it? I don't think so. He might have just stopped it about inches inside the rope.
Just very close, because to me it looked like after he stopped it, it rolled just a little bit again.
But there was a fielder there, so there was one of the reserves, and he didn't indicate anything, so I suppose he was satisfied. So these two put on a nice 50-run half-century partnership, and I'm sure they want to really kick on from here now, and they've been finding ways to get runs. And they're going back for the second run. They're going to have to hurry, and they do. So they're the ones putting pressure on the fielding team right now. And right now they're winning that battle, hands down. And I was just thinking of an option, you're talking about that, when we were talking about the conditions and the bowler. So maybe this, a bowler of the speed of maybe a Primus, who may be able to get the ball to do a little bit given the atmospheric conditions, although it's getting a little bit clearer right now, because Goodrich is not able to trouble the batsman too much. While his line and his length has been good, the batsmen are very comfortable against him. Some would say too comfortable.
So Goodrich might consider himself more of a seam bowler, and not a swing bowler. He's not pushing the ball further up to give the ball time to swing and use the atmospheric conditions. As you mentioned, Primus will be able to do that. That's the length he would normally bowl.
But two Primus likes to, he mixes up his delivery as well. He likes to dip in the short ball every so often. But that could be the surprise delivery that he uses, but he probably would need to come and find a good length and a good line and let the ball do a little bit for him off the seam, hit one of the cracks, and you never know, voila. But it's 93 for 2 now. And again, like I said, it's much too easy for the batsman. So I think Brooks is going to have to look at this end to see if he can't find a way to limit the scoring from this end. It's the end of the over. 94 for 2 now, 21 completed. As Graves continues here, and even Graves himself has been having a hard time keeping the batsmen quiet. They've still been able to find ways to pinch singles and twos off of his bowling. So it's already up to 94 for 2. Remember, the victory target is 316. And so they are well on course here. But the key, of course, is to keep wickets in hand. And maybe get one of these two or some other batsman to kick on and get a really big score. I think it has to be said to Ian that the wicket hasn't really broken up as much as many expected it to. I think it's still playing relatively easy, and the batsmen don't have too many terrors to worry about.
Except for the one or two that will be keeping low, as we call ratting. And of course with the cracks that we've seen.
And that one just sat up there and asking to be hit, and he did hit it. And I think he's going to get a boundary. There's no way Pooran could get there before the ropes. And that's another well-executed cut shot on the back foot, and hitting it hard for the boundary. So Casey Carty keeping pace with Graves. Both batsmen now on 31 of 44, 31 of 46. So they're matching each other stride for stride here. Again, looking to score, but not able to do so. So I think there's some real headaches. 94 for 2 at the end of the order. I think there's some real headaches for Shamar Brooks here now, because he has to figure out who can do a job for him. But this has to be a job that if you're not taking wickets, you cannot leak runs.
Yes, of course. They would have to bowl a tight line. And if you can build the pressure and cause a batsman now to make a mistake, then the wickets can come. But you need to build the pressure and stop that leakage of runs. So they need to get some tight bowling.
Just as we suspected, Yannick Otley is coming into the attack.
So Otley is coming in, going to bowl some left arm finger spin.
He batted so well yesterday. You really feel for him that he couldn't get over the line to get 100. It would have been his second in first-class cricket. It would have been the first 100 for CCC this season. So a lot of firsts there, but it wasn't to be. Can he get a wicket now? His first for this game.
Of course, his brother with the Trinidad and Tobago team, Red Force team, Keon Otley, the West Indies white ball opener as well.
Of the twin, who is the older of the two?
Not sure.
Maybe older by an hour, 20 minutes. That's a serious discussion they have, you know. And that's a good delivery. Just coming in with the arm and almost getting Graves to commit an error. In fact, he did commit an error, he just didn't pay for it. So in the first innings, Otley's length was his problem. He just couldn't find a consistent length, and he was too short on a number of occasions. But so far he's been pitching the ball up a little bit better, a little bit further up the wicket now, trying to keep the batsman on the front foot, which is a good sign. He is again just teasing Carty just outside that off stump. No big prodigious spin. He's not a big spinner of the ball. He's what we call a roller. He doesn't really, it doesn't bite when he pitches it, although some might do so, you never know. And
Giving the batsman some width to maneuver it, a shot. He gets one. Giving the batsman a lot of width to free his arms.
that's 100 on the board. 100 for 2. And you understand what I'm talking about here. And if you could average 100 every session, you're right on course. And they have plenty of time still in this session, and they're already with 100 on the board.
Yes, we still have about a half hour to go in this session. So the runs have been coming quite easily for these two batsmen. And of course, they would want to continue that trend. 315 is the target, remember. So as you rightfully said, that would be just about 100 runs per session. You already lost 2 wickets, so they have been able to consolidate, rebuild the innings, which they are doing quite well. But they are also keeping the run rate ticking, keeping the runs ticking and coming. And so they are doing this twofold job quite well.
So Graves is 32, Carty is 36. They need another 216 runs. And I'm sure if they're really calculating it, if they feel by lunch, if we could get another 40 runs between now and lunch, they would be up to 140, almost 150 by lunch. So that would put them in a very strong position. Because then you need roughly about 160 more the rest of the day. And then in the middle session, if you could get another 100 runs, the last session, you as I say, easy peasy. And this one again is...
They're going to get 4 for this one, Rusking.
Yep, it's well played because you opened the face and squirted it square the wicket in the offside. And I really think Shamar Brooks has to do a rethink here because Romario Graves isn't the same bowler that he was in the first innings. The batsmen are certainly treating him with while they're respecting his good deliveries, he's producing too many loose deliveries and they're cashing in.
So Casey Carty with 4 more. He moves into the 40s, just passing Justin Graves. He is on 32. And the West Indies Windies batsman showing his class here, Ruskin.
Yeah, he's shaped really well. He's not been flustered at all. And he just now has to push on.
When you look at it, this Leeward's team is a very good team. At the top of the order, Kyron Powell, a lot of experience under his belt. Nikai Louis already showed what he's capable of. Now you have this pair at number 3 and 4. And still to come, you have Rakeem Cornwall, who has 2 Test 50s and opens in T20 cricket. Jamal Hamilton, again, an ex-batsman, a capable wicketkeeper batsman to come. So the Leewards will fancy their chances of getting this target of 316 runs to win. Of course, they will be keeping an eye on the Windward Islands Volcanoes in their match against the Red Force, because the Leewards, according to what happens here, they can possibly go top of the table.
That's a good stop down in the deep there by Puran again, running it all the way to the boundary. But the batsmen are able to scamper through for a third run. 107 now for the loss of 2 wickets. So Carty has pushed on to 43 now, 32 to Graves. 107 for 2. Again, the umpire is asking for the Rama. As you can see, it's there is that little hint of rain in the atmosphere. Heavy cloud cover. And again, very well played off the back foot. And that's 4 more. So again, without any real power applied, they're just timing. And another comfortable boundary for Casey Carty. He keeps racing along. Now he goes up to 47. And 47 from 58 deliveries. 111 for 2. And Ian is hopping on 1 foot for the Nelson. And the ball is really coming off the bat quite nicely from Carty. He's middling almost everything now. And there's a ominous signs for CCC. As he goes right across this one, there's an appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. And again, might be just pitching outside leg. And you can see the batsman almost staying in that position there.
I saw the cameraman Joel with his finger up in the air.
It pitched outside leg.
Not sure what Joel was seeing, but his finger was up in the air from behind the camera.
Yeah,
Don't know if he was pointing at a bird or some kind of...
Yep. I think, if you're playing cricket in the schoolyard, you'll get away with that. Look at it again. The ball pitching just outside the leg stump. And the batsman, it's not a good shot, it's a bad shot. But he survived because of the fact. And this one he's dropped. It goes right past the slip. And it goes down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. And that is going to bring up his 50 as well.
So Casey Carty scores his 50 of just 61 balls. Benefits from that, call it a drop catch. or a chance. Didn't really get to the hands of the fielder. So it'd be kind of harsh to call it a drop, but a chance.
That's the chance they were hoping for. And not taken. So that completes the over. He is on 51. Carty Graves is 32. It's 115 now for two. So they're actually 201 runs away from their target.
And they just have 2 sessions and about 23 minutes to go to get these runs. So they are on course, but that shot that we have here with the dark clouds, that might be the only problem they might be fighting against.
Well, but I'm saying the rate at which they're scoring. Now, if there's a stoppage of play, it depends now on how long a stoppage we have and how many overs actually lost as a result of that. The thing is here, it could easily stay this way all day. And we've seen that happen already. And no rain falls, or if it falls at all, it might just be a sprinkle. So while it's threatening, there's no immediate hint of rain or anything like that. If that was the case, cameraman Joel would have been running under the tent. But as it is right now, he's braving the weather conditions. And I'm sure he'll be happy to know Zishan Mutara is coming into the attack, the leg spinner. And this is where the game could very well swing one way or the other, as either these two go after him, the 17-year-old, or he creates some havoc with his leg spinners. Short, hammered away, and got away with that one, just a single. And you could see Graves sort of upset with himself. Had plenty of time to put that away. He had all the acreage in front of square. He only got a single. And this one is just out of the reach there, so already you could see the leg spinner creating a little bit of excitement. And the batsman Carty there reaching for that one. And I thought he bowled well in the first innings. He got 2 wickets. And it took a long while before they actually brought him on. He's on a lot earlier now and a lot quicker.
And these two, the partnership is 87 already. Carty 52, Graves 33. They came together with a score on 30 for 2. That's 117 for the same 2 wickets, and they will be aiming to get to lunch with the same 2 wickets, and that will be very good for the Leewards.
So the countdown is on. They're under 200 runs now required. And like I said, this is going to be this period here could be crucial to the outcome of this game. And again, another solid drive to pinch another single comfortably. And what I've noticed with Mutara, while he's not a big spinner of the ball, his line has been consistently good. So too as his length, although he did bowl that short ball earlier. And there's another one. And this time he may get put away, and in fact he is put away for 4 runs because there's just a one man behind square. And anytime the leg spinner drops short, he's almost always punished in that fashion. 122 now for 2, and Carty races up to 56. Graves has been more sedate, he's on 34.
Ready?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
So welcome you back. I think the Rama has done its job. The bowlers are happy, and it's going to be Utley to continue from the northern end, bowling around the wicket with his left arm orthodox. Just a one slip, and that's the only real close-in fieldsman. Evelyn again with a nice diving stop. He's been a real live wire in the field. Took a brilliant catch in the first innings. Made a few good stops as well from that forward short leg position.
The partnership now is 92. So they're going to get a, looks like they're going to get a 100-run partnership within the session.
So again, not much spin for Utley. So he's really relying on his guile here. Maybe a change of pace. So I think the CCC has to be very careful here. Because these two can really take the game away from them quite easily if they haven't done that already by posting this bold partnership that could probably see them by lunchtime be in a very commanding position. And like I said, I think many people expected the wicket to be doing a little bit more by this stage, but right now it's just it's not creating any problems at all. By way of spin, if anything, that arm ball is causing a little bit of problem because the batsmen are still playing for turn, and that arm ball is hitting the inner portion of the bat. The end of the over, 123 for 2 now.
And for some reason, Ruskin, they're scoring these runs rapidly, but it doesn't seem like that when you're watching the cricket. You're not seeing a lot of boundaries, but you are seeing a lot of running between the wickets, so they could sneak up 100 runs on you easy like that, but it doesn't seem like that. Yeah, and this can be very tricky as well.
Because, like I said, I think Shamar Brooks has to look at his field placing very, very seriously, because he was in so much of an attacking mood when Graves was bowling that he allowed the batsmen to score freely, especially through the offside. And now he has to try to pull it back a little bit. And that's pressure on the other bowlers now, because they may feel that if they bowl a bad ball, that just exacerbates an already difficult situation. Because right now they're in a difficult situation, because this is like a runaway train. So Mutara doing the smart thing. He's asking the batsman to come out there and get to him. That's one way to slow them down, and you might actually induce a false shot out there.
Across at Coolidge, Barbados, 143 for 3. McCaskey still down 83 from 86 deliveries. So he's certainly having that scoreboard ticking quite a lot. And of course, Barbados needs 200 more runs to win. So just similar to this game here, just they have one wicket. They've lost one wicket more. But McCaskey is the man there doing it for Barbados. He's on 83 not out.
Well, this is good to see. That teams are willing to chase the runs, and just as we've seen here from the Leewards, and they are certainly making a bold attempt here to get these runs and to get an outright victory, so that they could stay in touch with the Windward Islands at the top of the table. Even though the win was lost on first innings. Similarly here, the Leewards also lost on first innings, but they now have a chance to come from behind and get the win. The end of the over, 123 for 2 now. So Yannick Utley is going to keep trying from this top end. They really need somebody to put their hands up and say, I'll do the trick for you, skipper. And pick up a couple quick wickets, because that's what they need right now. And once he's short, it's because the wicket is so slow. The turn is slow turn. And the batsmen are more than happy to help themselves. And they take a quick single here, and it's well judged again. Carty making the call and immediately setting off. Once Graves responded, Graves was running away from the danger. So we've seen some good running between the wickets now. Both batsmen committing to that quick single, just keeping the fielding team on its P's and Q's, and R's and J's as well. Again, that arm ball, that's his real weapon here right now. Every time they try to play it, it's hitting the inner portion of the bat. So he may have to maybe try to adjust it, maybe go wider of the crease, just to change it up a little bit. Again, he's really far too short on a number of occasions. That's meat and gravy, as they say, for these two. So that ends another over. 125 for 2 now, with Carty on 57. Graves is on 36. They require further 191 runs for the victory. So it's going to be more. So Mutara is, in a way, doing the smart thing. He's staying away from the batsman's legs. He does have a man down in the deep backward square, but he's staying away from that leg stump line, and if anything, he's outside the off stump, so you have to come there to get him. And so far the batsmen have been resistant. You don't want to go out there. Any number could play when you're out there. this is better from the youngster. Now the key here is if you build enough pressure, what will Graves do? Because the mid-off is that long off, he has to show some restraint. He can't just jump down the wicket and throw the bat. There's also a deep cover, 3/4 of the way back. So giving him a real test here, asking a few questions. And that's well bowled. And certainly he's found a nice line, and if anything, he's trying to limit the scoring as well, which is exactly what Shamar Brooks and CCC needs right now. They need somebody to put the brakes on the scoring, and that was well bowled. That's a maiden over, 125 for 2 at the end of it. So you're just gonna park right now, going for So it's going to be Utley who's going to continue. Matara bowled well, 3 overs that cost him 7 runs, which is a pretty good going. Can Utley keep the pressure on at this end? So far, so good. And Ian knows a thing or two about building pressure at both ends. Having to bowl as his medium pacers.
Yes, I would have loved to bowl in conditions like these, Ruskin. I would have been swinging the ball from the northern end. I love to bowl with a breeze in my back. But I would struggle coming from the southern end for some reason.
Coming up the hill.
Always.
Here again is nicely played. He'll just get a single. And that's one. But I don't think Brooks will be too worried about that if they just get a single or two and over. It's when they're getting boundaries every over is when he'll probably start to worry. But these two are batting quite intelligently. They knew they got off to a good start and they're just consolidating their position now, keeping their strong position in place.
To another single here for Justin Graves. He moves on to 37, and the Leeward Islands 127 for 2. The partnership is 97, and they're going along quite well.
That's well played, and again can't keep it in the inner ring. So these who have really stuck to their guns. They've remained positive throughout, and I think they always felt that the CCC bowling attack was not the strongest, so once you could get a start, you have a chance, and these two have done very well, keeping things tight. So at the end of another over, 16, no wickets, is 16 right now for Utley. It's 128 for 2 as they keep chipping away at this target of 316.
Yannick Oakley and Mutara operating. They were looking at the pitch earlier, the CCC team, and they were just looking at the spots where would cause some of the issues for the batsman. And looking at the bowler's foot marks. So they will be looking to extract as much turn they can get from those marks.
So Mutara will continue. He's bowled well so far. And that's where he has to stay away because he doesn't have the kind of protection on that side of the wicket. But as a leg spinner, he's been pretty tidy so far. He hasn't bowled too many short balls, and which we saw in the first innings as well. But I think once he persists with that off stump just outside the off stump line, or that fifth stump line, he should be okay. And they're going to hurry for a quick single and get it 2.
And that's the 100-run partnership, Ruskin.
Yeah, 130 for 2. They came together with the score 30 for 2. And that's when Louis departed for 13.
So Justin Graves and Casey Carty scoring the runs. And the runs keep flowing steadily.
They've been unable to really stem this run flow. To a lesser degree, Morata has been superb. It's not a big spinner of the ball. I think as he gets stronger, probably gets a little bit taller as well, he might be able to add some revolutions on the ball.
Brooks just having some issues with that one. Bounce a bit more from Motara. But fortunately, it didn't go for any buys as Primus was there backing up his keeper.
So we're very close to the luncheon interval. I'm sure the batsmen wouldn't want to give it away at this stage.
This should be the last over before lunch, I presume.
So Carty is 60, Graves is 38. Carty's on strike. 186 more required. And Motara does well to keep it down to just 2 runs in the over. He has not for 9. So that's lunch. 130 for 2, 60 to Carty, 38 to Graves. The men out. Powell for 5, caught Primus bowled Blades. It was 19 for 1. And then, of course, Michael Louis, who went for 13. LBW to Blades. It was 30 for 2. These two have now added an unbroken century partnership to see the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to 130 for 2, a strong position after 32 overs, and they, I'm sure, will resume after lunch, hoping to continue their fine work. We hope you'll join us for that in about the next 35 minutes or so as we have a lunch break. So for now, as we leave you from the UE Spec out here in St. Augustine, the Leeward Islands chasing 316 for a victory, are now 130 for 2 at lunch. To welcome you back here to UE Spec here in St. Augustine for the middle session on day 4 of this 4th round encounter between the CCC and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. With the Leeward Islands needing a further 186 runs for a victory. Remember, the target is 316 runs, and they certainly put themselves in the driver's seat here now, with Casey McCarthy on 60 and Justin Graves on 38. It's 130 for 2. That's where they set to resume after lunch here on day 4. So they're well within striking distance of a big win for them. They've been trailing in this game most of the way, and now they finally get a chance to possibly steal the initiative at the death here on the 4th and final day. As I say, sometimes sport could be cruel as they get ready for the play after lunch, and this is the man who could make the difference for them, Blades. And immediately they're off and running after the interval, and these two have already posted 100 together, so I'm sure they would have been speaking about that, Ian, in terms of how do they continue in the way they're going, because they've been scoring at a fairly fast clip.
And yes, of course, and after lunch they would want to start over on 0, and that is the key for them. Start over on 0. You're both yet to get off the mark. Well, of course, Justin Graves just got a single, but they need to start over on a good take from the wicketkeeper going down the leg side. So Shamar Brooks looking like a full-time wicketkeeper there. Brilliant take going down the leg side.
Certainly did well to get down there, and he looks like he's left-handed. I'm not quite sure if he is, but he looks left-hand happy, just the way he's gloving the ball. He's kind of left-hand dominant at times, so it might be an indication that he is left-handed. And that's one right up in the block hole. A loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. And that one would have been close, and certainly Carty was living dangerously there. You look at it again, and that one
looked really close, Ruskin.
Very close indeed, and if it was missing, it wasn't missing by much, but it was very, very close to that middle and leg stump. I don't know if it's the movement that the umpire was looking at, thinking that
just going
it
down the leg
moved
side
too much. But that hit the back foot, and that certainly looked like that was going to crash into leg stump. And Shamar Brooks couldn't believe it.
Even the way that Carty looked back at the umpire, he looked like he was a bit worried there for a moment. But it was a very good delivery all the same from Blades.
Well, this is what I'm saying, that he is the only one who looks like he is capable of doing damage here for the CCC. And he's quick enough that if the ball does anything at all off the wicket, it could land the batsman in trouble. Plus his line has been pretty good, so he's keeping the pressure on the batsman all the time. So it will be, but I suppose Casey Carty must be telling himself, boy, he dodged a serious bullet there, because that looked pretty plumb. And this time he's going to get a bye. Brooks unable to hold that one in.
He put a lot of effort into that one, Blades, and as a result, it evaded even the wicketkeeper Shamar Brooks and for a single, for a bye actually.
So this is really the period here where the CCC must be thinking, let's see if we can pick up a couple quick wickets and really just see if we could regain the momentum and try and drive home our position here. Once again, he's going there, and for the second time, Brooks is unable to hold it in.
And he did get in line, and he did get his gloves to it, but wasn't able to hold it in properly, and the batsman would go for another bye. So 2 unnecessary runs for the Leeward Islands as they are in pursuit of 314 to win this match in the 4th day. And certainly they are on course of doing that. Just the 2 wickets gone, Casey Carty and Justin Grace, both set batsmen. And of course they reached their first target of getting to lunch. Now they will try to get to tea with the addition of another 100 runs.
Obviously, as you can see, there's a nice breeze around the ground here, and the cool conditions. The clouds are low, and no real sunshine per se. Although it's bright, it's not hot and steamy like we've had for the previous 3 days. So today is really a different outlook, and maybe the Leeward Islands are just relishing these cool conditions better than the CCC are, and they're taking full advantage. So here is Primus. So he really is another one who could be key here for CCC. Can he really find a line and a length and put a spell here that could possibly turn the game on its head? He is capable of doing it. Question is he up to the task today? He's big and strong, and he could get probably a little bit of sea movement, a little bit of inward movement, and challenge the front pad or the off stump. But we've seen him do it before. It's just another occasion for him. Graves taking his time. He's 39 from 75 deliveries. Just touching down just outside that off stump, and that is not a bad line, because he's not giving the batsman that much room to really just free his arms and crash it through the offside, but he's also not putting it where the batsman could freely go after him. So it has to be a Botham-like effort on his part here. Just use the seam, try and put the ball down in front of the batsman, and see if you could get it to, see if you get a wicket to do something for you. So they've done the adjustment, and they've put the point on the boundary, best backward, and there are 2 slips and a gully. A wide or no ball signaled by the umpire. So one of the cardinal sins when you're trying to defend a total, you have to be very miserly in your play. You don't want to give anything away. They've given away 2 byes in the last over. They have a no ball in this one. They just add up, and they just can make all the difference.
Yes, and when they are doing that, they are not creating and building that pressure that they so need to do at the moment. They themselves are taking a bit of the pressure off of the batsman. There's 3 runs already in less than 2 overs that were unnecessary.
And Ian, somebody just sent me the video of Nicholas Paul this morning. He really did crash, and he went head over the bicycle handle, traveling at high speeds. Apparently, he got in a collision with another rider. Both of them went down. Neither one finished the race because at that stage of the race, there's no way you could recover. Even if you could stand up after the fall, to try to get back on the bike and try to complete the race, you have no chance whatsoever. So now they're trying to get this side screen moved a little bit, and they're going to ask the man with the little tractor to assist them. But I think the batsman may continue until the tractor comes around. Or will he wait for the tractor?
You can see the tractor going at a speed there.
Yeah, you might get a ticket.
Because of course the batsman would want to wait. He don't want to face even one delivery, because that one delivery could be his last. So he will wait for the tractor to speed across to help remove or move the side screen either left or right, or whatever, however the batsman wants it.
Looks like we're in the UE Grand Prix right now. Look at the speeds. Racing over the track here. I think Lewis Hamilton would have nothing on him. So now he's just carefully, and mission accomplished. So they've asked that the side screen at both ends be adjusted, and so I think all is well, and both batsmen are happy. 135 for 2. KC Carter's on 60. So quite a number of overs left, and the Leeward Islands, I'm sure part of the discussion would have been just to continue or try to get the total down as much. They're asking total down as much as possible, to not leave too many in that final session. But I would imagine 100 runs in this session might be a target that they could work with.
Yes, 100 runs in this session will definitely be very good, because I would give them about 80, 85 odd runs to get in the final session, and that's should be gettable. But it would be very good if these two batsmen can stay until tea. And of course, the Leewards, with about 8 wickets in hand, will back themselves to get those 80, 85 runs, odd runs on the final session.
So we'll see how they consolidate and then maybe try to push on here now. They have 2 gullies. And Primus again attacking that stump. Trying to hit another no ball. Well, he's not running like from a mile away. But I think it's that little uphill that some bowlers have difficulty with.
So that's 4 extras, 2 no balls and 2 leg byes in this
Since lunch.
in the last couple overs, in fact. So not good reading for the CCC at the moment, helping the Leeward scores.
He's driving at one that keeps very low, and again, this is what I think Primus is capable of, but he has to probably find that line on about the off stump coming into those right-handers. So anytime they miss like that, which is exactly what happened to Yannick Utley yesterday, where Graves was right on the stumps. So when he missed that drive, his middle stump was knocked back. A disappointing moment there for Otley, out on 99. So that finally ends the Primus over. 2 additional deliveries in that one. 2 no balls that had to be done over. But at the end of it, it's 137 for 2. 34 overs completed. So now they're asking, total is down to 179. So it's going to be Blades who is going to continue. He's already done very well, this young man.
Yes, Blades has taken the 2 wickets so far. 2 for 28 of 7 overs. And certainly he just needs the support from a couple more CCC bowlers to see if they can topple over the Leeward Islands.
He had 2 for 50 in their first innings.
So the side screen is going to be moved once again.
Yeah, but they just asked them to move it, so they did move it. Now they want it put back because he's left-handed and he's going around the wicket. So Blades has really been the workhorse, so to speak, for CCC. I'd imagine after today they'll probably try to wrap him in some cotton and keep him fresh. He probably won't have to do too much by way of work and training, just to make sure that he's well rested before the next round begins. When he delivers almost after every ball, or every ball he delivers, you could hear that little grunt based on the effort that he's putting in. I know the thing with that, Ian. I used to do that and I couldn't control it. It's just something that happened and I didn't know where it came from. I didn't even know how I stopped it. It was something that just
Came out naturally.
Yep.
I never actually, well, not aware if I ever do that, but not to my knowing.
I would think you have to be a fast bowler to do that, yeah?
Not even a medium.
No. Well, I suppose a medium an effort ball, you probably would.
Yeah.
You probably would do that. You would probably elicit something like that. 137 for 2 now. Back over the wicket. Edging, and he's out caught.
I was now going to say, Ruskin, this is what I want to see him do, go over the wicket as opposed to around the wicket, as I commented about that earlier this morning. Love to see when bowlers go over the wicket. And with the very first delivery over the wicket, he got a very important wicket of Casey Carty. A partnership of 107 comes to an end. Casey Carty goes for 61. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in pursuit of 314 and 137 for 3.
Well, that is the breakthrough that they were craving. And they got the fast scoring Casey Carty. So Jamal Hamilton is the one who is going to replace him. It was a good catch as well at slip. So Jediah Blades continues to do the business. So Roshan Primus really gobbling that one up at slip. His second catch in this innings.
Blades with his third wicket, 3 for 28 now. Superb effort from him.
Well, here's another stubborn customer, Shaman Hamilton. So he's always been able to find a way. And so is it that they want this side screen brought back again? And so they're giving the ground staff a real workout here. So they're just making sure that everything is A-OK. And immediately Hamilton is off the mark. Looked very positive as is the norm with him. A very business-like type of batsman. Very chatty as well. Not afraid to engage people around him in a little chit-chat. Not necessarily malicious. Maybe it's just the way he's able to sort of calm his nerves and take his mind off the task at hand in between batting periods. And Blades again really attacking the crease and producing the goods there. So that over finally comes to an end, a successful one at that. And he has 3 for 29 from 8. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes chasing 316 to win a 138 for 3 now. So 138 for 3. Hurricanes require a further 178 runs. And we now see they need the jammer again to maybe assist with the foot hold there, because it's, yeah, they've been having a real issue with that. And of course Primus is a fairly aggressive runner. When he comes up to that crease, he really tries to plant that foot down and rotates on it, on that front leg. So once he braces that front knee, you don't want any kind of give or any movement there at all. It throws off everything. So, all's well that ends well. The ground staff have once again come to the aid of the players, and Primus is ready. So a period here where the CCC will be hoping to climb back into this one to kind of wrest the initiative away from the Leewards, who enjoyed the morning session despite losing 2 wickets, piled up 130 runs at lunch. So they scored quickly, they didn't take too many risks, and they, more than anything else, kept the scoreboard ticking over. Primus again could very well be one of the key players here. He's at that pace that could allow him to become a problem. He does have the ability to move the ball a tad. And that's again, this one is going to speed away for 4 runs. So once you stray in line here, it could cost you. And just brushing off that pad on the way through. So Nicholas Paul, unfortunately, who was probably among the favorites in the Keirin at the cycling event in Hong Kong, China, not able to finish the race because of a crash. An ugly looking crash at that. Primus right on target. And once again, congratulations to Quincy Brown to making it all the way to the final and finishing a creditable 5th. The important thing here is the amount of points that he will get that will go towards his Olympic qualification. I think when the bandwagon leaves China, they may be heading to Canada or Australia. So the end of another Primus over, and at the end of it is a 0 for 10 for him. The man of the moment, though, 3 for 29, Jediah Blades, and they're going to want him to continue to do so. So Hamilton is on 2, Graves is on 45, and the man out, Casey Carty, since lunch for a well played 61. He really looked comfortable at the crease. And there's the big 2. 1 large and 1 small. So now Graves. And stroking the ball nicely, but well fielded. And McCarthy, the substitute, concussion substitute. Really did bat well for his 37 together with Yannick Otley, who made 99. A little hop, skip and jump there for the batsman as Blades again is veering down on that spot. He's also trying to hit a spot where we've seen time and again in this match where the ball tends to shoot along the turf. And batsmen have to be very wary of that. Once he hits that spot, few batsmen have been able to survive as a result of the ball more or less rolling after pitching. And when a bowler of his speed does that, you really don't have a chance. Here's another one striking him on the loud appeal once again. Not out, says the umpire. And everybody went up in unison, but the umpire is unmoved. Again, the umpire is probably of the impression that that one might have been pitching just outside leg stump. And even if it's going on to hit the wicket after that, it's of no concern to the umpire. Part of the crew here with some fireman skills. Another one striking the pad, but clearly going down leg. So the two umpires, Leslie Rifa and Lyndon Rajkumar, have had to face a number of loud appeals from both sides. And I remember making the point that when the umpire makes a decision, that's it. You pretty much just a bit of information to some of the UE students. So the 172 away, and it will stay that way. That's a fine stop there at mid-wicket. Sprawling over and completing the save. So it's a good display from them. There's Romario Graves denying Justin Graves. So nice soft hands there for Justin Graves. He gets one more to go to 46 as the over comes to an end. 145 for 3. But the Blades now 3 for 30. So it's going to be Primus who is going to continue from that southern end. Boy, how they're looking to him to do something here. And this time he doesn't deliver the ball, probably still having some concerns about where his foot is landing. And that could be very, very disconcerting as a fast bowler. See him again working on scratching the surface, maybe to see if he could wither away some tricky particles there. Because after they sweep, they then just leave the hard dirt, and where the spikes are, it forms a real uneven crater. That's well played again. They're going to come back for the second. But the return from in the deep by Henry, Sadiq Henry, was way off target. So CCC trying to pick themselves up here. You could hear the little bit of chatter. They know they need wickets. The first session belonged to the Leeward Islands. CCC trying to see if they can make the second theirs. And that's a wide delivery from Primus. So again, it's going horribly wrong at times, and I want to believe it has to do with that foot mark there. He's probably not comfortable. And that ball just, you look at the players looking at the pitch, and so 148 for 3. Primus obviously concerned. So let's look at that delivery from the prior. Let's look at how the ball curled away. It's almost like he bowled a leg spinner there. The ball just pitched and kept going. It ended up by the fieldsman. The wicketkeeper never had a chance. It ended up at first slip. Think Shamar Brooks is asking him, can you do that with one on the wicket? See if you could get it to carve away like that one did. And that's a beach of a delivery, but not out, says the umpire. I don't think it touched anything on the way through. But a good delivery from Primus, showing some signs here. When that happens, you're standing in the slip and you're saying to yourself, boy, is the edge coming now? So you're anxious to get back and get down in your stance, hoping that the next ball produces an edge. Primus again now. This is really the period when they really look to him here to do something for the team. A lot of chatter around, people trying to gear up each other out there in the field. So 168 more runs required. Primus again. Again, he's flashing at one outside the off stump. It bounces once, twice before it gets to the keeper. And again, Brooks not able to hold it in. And it goes for 4 byes. So it's not the perfect scenario for the CCC outfit. They kind of gifting their opponents runs when they need to do the very opposite, is to be very stingy with the runs. He went with one hand and never really was in a position to corral it. Primus, I'm sure, would want to tighten up here because again, you can't be leaking runs, whether by way of extras or not. Graves deep in concentration here. He knows that the CCC would like to get another wicket and would like to get his wicket. So far, he's batted well. They think of a second run, but it's not there. And good work out in the deep from Henry to attack the ball and release it early as the over comes to an end. And at the end of it, 153 for 3. So 153 for 3. Hamilton is on 2. Graves inches on to 49 now. One away from a deserved half century.
Yes, as he's been there for quite a while, and certainly that good partnership with the internationally experienced Casey Carty. Now he has Jamal Hamilton, who also has some experience internationally. He kept wicket for West Indies in Test match, and of course, you want this partnership to take you until tea.
They certainly would love that. I'm sure Blades, though, would have other ideas. As he steams in once again. So nice, cool conditions. Again, no immediate threat of rain, although there's this nice haze about the place, cloud cover. Plus, we do have a Saharan dust issue here in TNT right now. That's brilliantly stopped again. That was traveling. But again, McCarthy coming across and doing very well. As he's in this game as the concussion substitute. And he's making a wicked contribution. He did with the bat already. And as you just saw there in the field, he's lightning fast. So again, that's a 50 for Justin Graves. So a good innings from Justin Graves. So the umpires, of course, constantly asking the ground staff for their assistance with the side screen. So, the three gentlemen have done the business. Hamilton is quite capable, as we all know. So that's Graves is 50, 101 balls, 5 fours, or 3 fours. Badly lined there. Carty's 50 came off 61 balls with 6 fours, and Justin Graves is 50 off 101 balls, but just did 3 fours. Yeah, he is going at one again, and once more that ball just squirting, and it's a no ball. Well, so they're just it's just happening now much too frequently, because you don't want to get a wicket with a no ball. That is going to hurt, especially now that you're hunting wickets. You certainly want to be in a position where you can relax and bowl. And there are those two distinguished gentlemen, West Indian cricketers, all of them. It's going to have to hurry here, and that's good. Backing up again, McCarthy doing well. So that will end the over at 157 for 3. .39 overs, 157 for 3 now.
I must say that the scoring rate in this session has been a bit slower. Of course, Casey McCarthy, he was the one who was really pushing the score along.
Yes, he was, because his 50 came off just 61 balls with 6 fours. Graves, on the other hand, his 50 took up 101 deliveries with 3 fours.
And of course, Jamal Hamilton, just new to the crease, so we wouldn't expect him to get off to a flyer. But I think that the most important thing is to get to tee. And if they can get to tee, just with about 100, 120 runs to score in the last session. If they have wickets in hand, it would make the job easier. Of course, a man like Rakeem Cornwall can get you to a flyer.
That's well played, but again, the field placing is a lot more solid. There's 2 slips and a gully. So you have your catchers in position. There's a man on the point boundary. And then there's that extra cover and a long off, well, a mid off, not all the way, not that far, just at the edge of the circle. A mid wicket, a mid on and a mid wicket, as well as a fine leg.
To get some updates from the Queen's Park Oval, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 106 for 4, and they require 80 runs to win with 6 wickets in hand against the Windward Island Volcanoes.
So that would be an interesting development there, because should the CCC find a way to take some wickets here, they could really upset the apple cart with a victory over the second place Leeward Islands. And if Trinidad and Tobago can get those 80 odd runs, they will defeat the leaders, the Windward Islands. So is this the D?
And just to give you another update coming out from Coolidge, Barbados, they are in pursuit of 343. They are 189 for 5. So they have lost the plot a bit. They are in a bit of in trouble. McCaskey, he was eventually out for 87. That's Zachary McCaskey. Jason Holder is there. He is on 20. Shane Dorwich is on 23. But these two, we know what these two can do, Dorwich and Holder. They are very capable with the bat. So Barbados would want these two gentlemen to carry the score on. They need them to bat long.
A little bit of misfielding out there on the part of Henry. Siddiqui Henry got to the ball, but then bobbled it, and the batsmen were able to take a second run. It's just those little things where you want to keep pressure on. You can ill afford to have those lapses in the field. A bit of music, you might be hearing some music. We are not responsible for that content. This is the area where we have a fair, if not a dominant East Indian population, and so the East Indian music and the tassa and everything else will be very popular, very pronounced in this neck of the woods. St. Augustine, Tunapuna, Page. $160 for 3. So Ian's right. The scoring rate hasn't been as hectic as it was in that pre-lunch period. And that was Primus almost producing the Yorker that accounted for the wicket there of Graves. But Graves did very well coming down on it. Got his feet out of the way. That is always the problem, when you have to jump out of harm's way. A lot of times people freeze when they see the ball coming in at their legs. It's in the air, just wide of the man looking there. He has been doing very well in that position, and just when they needed him to probably pull off something spectacular, he couldn't get. That's Daniel Evelyn. Certainly, he was flirting there with danger, but a boundary all the same. 164 for 3 now. And that completes the over.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Oh, look at this.
Back here, the ground staff just brushing away a little bit of the debris. The wicket is a little dusty, as you can see. Bowlers trying hard, no doubt digging up the pitch in their bowling motions as they run through the crease. The ground staff having to secure the line for the umpires so they could see it. determine if the bowler oversteps or if the batsman might be short of his ground. The umpire must be able to identify the line at all times. So here we go again as we're getting ready to resume here. They require a further 152 at the moment. Loads of time in which to get those runs, but they only have 7 wickets in hand. Can they avoid losing wickets cheaply? And they're gonna no doubt give it their best shot, I would imagine. The Leeward Islands, they have nothing to lose here now. And they're the type of team that will certainly go down swinging, as they say. Not afraid to put bat to ball. Once it's there for the taking, they will try to take it. Blades with a big heart, really just giving it his all here for his team. As I say, he's pulled the choke.
And the conditions are very cool and it's conducive for a long spell, unlike the past 3 days where the faster bowlers would have been, it will be very difficult for them to bowl in long spells because of the heat. Now, because of the not only the breeze but the cloud cover, a lot cooler conditions today, so blades can go for a longer spell if need may be.
Well, this is crunch time, so they will need him. Even if he was to get a rest now, I don't know how long a rest it would be, because he may very well have to come back, especially if they were to get a wicket or two and new batsmen are at the crease. His little extra piece might very well be the difference. So they have to be mindful of what is required here from around the wicket now. And just as I was praising his fielding, and there goes McCarthy. He seemed to have it covered, and then the ball just eluded his grasp. I know when that happens, Ian, when one person bowls, a couple no balls, another one bowls a couple wides, one bowls, concedes a few boundaries, and then fielders, miss one in the field, they give up a single. We had Henry here with an overthrow or with a second run being taken. And so just those little things, but every time it happens, it's about runs. So you're conceding runs. Mm-hmm. And so what you find happening is that it's easier. It affects the total at the bottom line in a sense, because it's the number of runs required is coming down all the time, and so you just helping to bring it down faster when the indiscipline sets in, and those are things that they could easily correct.
Yes, of course, and you really have, of course, want to minimize that. You don't want to help the batting team get their total faster.
There's another one that bounces down into the slip cordon. So again, they're gonna get some. They're bringing on the covers, or are they bringing them on once? No, I think they're bringing them on to do the little repairs again. They need the hammer. They need to mark the wickets. So the umpires. So they're gonna get a little refreshment break here. It's 166 for 3, 41 overs completed.
नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
So the players have been refreshed. A little bit of mopping up was done on the wicket, so we're all set to go. It's 166 for 3. Romario Graves is going to come back into the attack now. And of course, you know, we were talking about the 99, Ian, and what Yannick did. But do you remember Kean Otley also had a high score of 99? Yannick was batting well yesterday, and he couldn't believe it that he got out on 99, and then it was 2015 when Yannick was left stranded on 99, playing for Trinidad against the Windwards as the play has started against the Windward Islands Volcanoes in St. Lucia. And I don't think it has ever happened before where two brothers have scored 99 and gotten out. And, well, one was left stranded on 99 and the other one was, but again, Graves have come back and dropped on a 9 irons. He's probably a little bit quicker as well. And if the ball is going to keep low, then he suddenly could produce some real problems for these two. Again, pressure being applied here. That's better. But clearly the scoring rate has dipped significantly since the luncheon interval.
Yes, of course, and that had to do a lot with the wicket of Casey Carty, who was he was the one that was keeping the scoreboard ticking.
And Hamilton, of course, very experienced. And once they put that man on the boundary, and again, if it was Brooks, I would probably bring that backward point in to try to prevent them getting that single, because that's almost a given, especially with Hamilton still new to the crease.
So the young Jediah Blades, who is the chief wicket taker so far with 3 wickets, 3 for 36. Young man, only 21 years of age. And certainly a bright future ahead of him. So this represents his best bowling figures so far. His previous best, 2 for 35.
So he has been kind of flirting around with the 2 wicket haul. Now he has 3, and I'm sure he'd love to pick up a couple more before it's all said and done. But now he's giving way to Amari Goodrich, who's coming back in to the attack. Not for 28 from his 5 overs. And Amari Goodrich again, because he can hold the line very well, I think they're going to ask him here to just not concede too many runs, just to keep things tight. And if he can get a wicket or 2, that would be ideal. But you can't go spraying the ball on both sides of the wicket, because as a captain you can't defend that. And this one is going down the hill for a comfortable 2 runs. And you see, this is part of the problems for some of the captains, is that it's almost like they don't trust the bowler to bowl one side of the wicket. You know, and because the batsmen are scoring so frequently through the offside, I would probably take out that mid-wicket and put him on the offside. And try to plug that gap just square of the wicket on the offside, or just behind point. Because invariably the batsmen are just blocking the ball in that general direction, just opening the face and taking off for comfortable singles. Hamilton still hasn't gotten it going just yet. 12 balls for his 7. What he has been able to do is rotate strike. It's 13 balls now for his 7, just to get off strike and allow Justin Graves to do the heavy lifting. And again, the ball just running away down to the boundary for 4 runs. Again, cut in a little bit uppishly, but it's not the best of shots. But it was enough away from the fieldsman that it's gone for 4. And that has been the story of Amari Goodridge's game. He's bowled well, but he's had no luck, and he's been leaking runs.
Yeah, sometimes you can be bowling excellent, but still nothing is going your way. You just need something to break in your favor.
Still can't go past the outside edge, and I think that's what they're asking him to do here. See if he can bring the batsman on the front foot and maybe just get the ball to deviate and maybe hit the outside edge. And that's a brilliant stop there again from McCarthy. Really went full stretch to his left there, goalkeeper style, to knock that one down. In fact, he stopped it cleanly and kept it down to 174 for 3. No run for Hamilton there. Key remains on 11, 59 to Graves. And the Leeward Islands just chipping away. They got 6 off the last over. $174 for 3. They need another 142 runs right now. So Romario Graves continuing to plug away here. I'm sure they would love him to pick up a wicket or 2. He had 5 in the first innings. Can't get a look in since. Not for 44 from, he's in his 14th over. Hamilton is looking on at the non-strikers, and he's at 11. This time they got another comfortable single, so one by one they're just plugging away there, taking what the fielders are giving them. On that occasion, McCarthy couldn't pull that one down. So once more, Hamilton, seeing that big gap there, is able to just open the face and squeeze it out on the offside for another comfortable single. Pushes it on to 176 for 3 now in the 44th over. Casey Carty top scoring, well, with 61. Graves is right now on 60. But he's still at the crease with Hamilton, who's on 12. And they need another 140 runs for a victory.
Getting closer, 140 runs. We have just about a session and just about 50 minutes again.
But are you feeling a little drizzle?
I'm feeling a bit of drizzle there, and certainly the players and the umpire umpires will be feeling the drizzle as well. So, but it's not hard enough, not heavy enough to come out of the field.
Just a little breeze blowing. So you can still see the cloud cover that has really sort of engulfed the whole area here, the St. Augustine area. So here is the young man, Motara. And this one is hit in the air over mid-wicket. It's going to bounce once, twice, 3 times and go over the boundary. Hamilton quickly into his wicket and making him pay for a short ball.
Yes, and it's suicidal for a leg spinner or any spinner to bowl a short ball.
They're bringing the covers on.
So
at the
they are
moment.
leaving the field. Of course, of the rain, so they are just coming off. So that will kind of hamper the chase for the Leewards.
So Hamilton is on 16, Graves is on 60. 180. They still require 136 more needed. So that's the situation here. 180 for 3, 44.1 overs bowled.
And that's the thing, they just require 140 odd. Even if this rain would...
They actually need 136 now.
Right, so 136. Even if the rain would last for the rest of this session, but even so, if it would go for the rest of this session, they still have just one more session for 136 runs, which is still really gettable.
Yeah, because, well, remember, the final session was an hour and the 15 overs in the final hour. So you have roughly 1 hour, plus a second hour, but with a minimum of 15 overs. So you probably will have another 30 overs, 30, roughly, well, I should say 30 overs. You could get more than 25 overs, in that 2-hour period, maybe 30 overs.
And no doubt, if you have a player like Raheem Cornwall who can get off there, he can well get that score with 10 overs to spare.
So it certainly is. So that's the situation here as they're putting the covers on. Just to remind you, the Leeward Islands are chasing 316 for a victory. They resumed this morning on 15 without loss, and at the moment with a rain interruption, they are 180 for 3, needing a further 136 with Jamal Hamilton not out on 16 and Jamal with Justin Graves not out on 60. They need a further 136. The CCC need 7 wickets. And that's the situation here. We'll take a break, and as soon as we have any idea of rain, it shouldn't be a long delay, but you never know. We'll just be able to keep you updated. We'll have to leave you for the moment. The Leeward Islands are 180 for 3, needing a further 136 for a victory.
नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
डैड डैड
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Welcome back to UE Spec here, where the conditions are much improved. In fact, we have a little bit of sunlight sneaking through somewhere about the place, as the little inclement weather that we had, it was threatening for quite some time, and then eventually it came, but it wasn't like heavy rain, but it was persistent for a little bit, and the umpires decided to operate on the side of caution and took the players off at about 1:55 p.m. and they're just about getting ready to resume now at about 2:35 thereabouts. So we've lost initially just about 40 minutes of play, and but the umpires have made some adjustments. Tea will now be taken at 3:30. And play will go on until about 5:30 or thereabouts, I suppose, giving them a fair amount of time to get the overs completed. So there's still plenty of time for the Leeward Islands, but they definitely would have to at least be cognizant of the fact that they will need to do some scoring at some point. They may have to just up the tempo just a little bit, just so that they don't find themselves or leave themselves too much to do at the back end. 16 to Hamilton. Graves is on 6 there, the non-strikers, and it's Hamilton who it's cutting at one, and again, plenty room there to work with, and an easy boundary to get things started right away. So you could see he came out there with real determination and purpose, and dispatching that one. Back-to-back boundaries.
So the Leeward Islands are just getting things off and running, especially with the little time that we'll have lost due to the weather. We lost just over a half hour.
There he goes again, and really just feeding him there. So he has to be very careful. Motara, just to be. Hamilton again, this time he goes behind point, and that too is going to run down the hill, and that's 4 more. So the third boundary in the over, as Jamal Hamilton has really come out here and has taken a liking to the bowling of the teenager Motara, and has really dispatched him for 3 boundaries in the last 4 balls.
12 runs already in this incomplete over. 2 more deliveries to go. 12 runs already. Jamal Hamilton picking off of Zishan Motara. Just to get some information on some of the local cricket being played here after this delivery.
This pair has added 50 already in double quick time. They came together at 137. It's now 188 for 3.
They're just getting things off and running.
Oh, just under edge.
And hitting the helmet.
Hit the helmet, so that's 5 runs. Well. So it's gone from bad to worst in this over for him.
Straight through the wicketkeeper's legs.
And under edge and onto the helmet. And certainly, what an over that is, because you had 4-4-0-4-0-5. So that was 17 runs in the over. 188 for 3.
And just to get some scores here, in the match locally here between Clarkwood United and Marching Patriots. Good knocks coming from Kyle Hope, 127 not out. And Shatran Rambaran, who would have played with this CCC team, he made 122. So maybe signaling to the CCC he should be looking for a return.
At some point. Actually, with that 5 runs, it's 193 for 3.
193, so the lead was inching closer and closer. Anthony Bramble, former, well, I'm saying former loosely, but a former Guyana wicketkeeper, he's on 34 from just 31 deliveries, batting for Clarkwood United.
Graves, in the meantime, is trying to maybe restart his innings. It was Hamilton who's really just shot from a gun there since the interruption, the rain interruption. So the CCC needs somebody to put his hand up here now and say, don't worry, skipper, I will do the job for you.
And just to get a score coming out from Coolidge, Barbados in trouble, 238 for 7, still 105 runs needed, but only 3 wickets in hand. Jason Holder, he's still there on 44. Shane Dorwich, he succumbed to Gudakish Muti, he made 26. Muti 3 for 57 so far. Veresami Pumol 3 for 50. So the spinners doing the work for the Guyana Harpy Eagles there.
So another comfortable single here to keep the scoreboard ticking over as they've really raced along quite nicely. And 14 runs added since that break because they went off at 180 for 3. It's 194 for 3. And more runs. They're thinking of a second. They're going to come back for the second run. And not much that they can do to prevent it. So there's 59 from 69 deliveries, this partnership. Just changing his line there just a little bit to end the over. And at the end of the over, it's 196 now for 3 with Graves on 61. Casey Carty also made 61. And at the moment, it is Hamilton who is on 26, offering the fireworks, so to speak, to try to help them over the line.
And his 26 just coming off of 25 deliveries.
So 120 runs now required. So they are well ahead of where we thought they might be at this time. And that last over, or the over before from Motara, certainly changed the equation significantly for them. But the good news for Motara is that Hamilton is at the non-strikers end. And this one is in the air and he takes it brilliantly out caught and bowled. I was just saying the good thing for him is that he didn't have to bowl to Hamilton, who seemed to have a liking for him, and his length was a little too short to Hamilton. But here the taller Graves was coming onto the front foot and got under it and just spooned the catch back to the bowler, who did well together. He goes to 61, the same as Carty. And the Leeward Islands have lost wicket number 4 at 196.
Well, a very disappointing way to get out. Graves doing quite well, he played quite well for his 61 and offer a return catch to the bowler, Motara, sorry. That would be very disappointing for him. But nonetheless, a good wicket for the combined campuses and colleges. They get a 4th wicket, that of Graves. Now comes Joel Andrew, the young under-19 player who made a name for himself at the World Cup, the ICC Under-20 World Cup in South Africa a couple months ago. Now he's here to help the Leewards to see if they can get 314 runs for the win.
Well, they need 120 more, so they obviously have a plan in mind of how they're going to get those runs. The trick, of course, is to hold on to your wickets while somebody like a Hamilton continues to push on the scoring at the other end. But you need somebody to probably just anchor the innings and let the others bat around. They still have big hitters to come, including Raheem Cornwall. And I'm sure they will be likely to see him. Hayden Walsh Jr. also. And of course Jeremiah Louis. All of them quite capable.
And Colin Archibald is also handy with the bat as well.
So they're batting right down the order. Here's another one slapped away through the covers. That's 4 runs. Brilliantly played by Joel, who just came to the crease, and Andrew announced himself and announced his arrival with an exquisite cover drive for 4 runs.
And the good thing about Joel Andrew, prior to this round, he did get himself familiarized with Trinidad and Tobago conditions, with the Trinidad conditions, because he turned out with the Marching Patriots in the local league.
He is a question of this one. They're appealing for a catch of the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And certainly living dangerously there. That ball kept appreciably lower than the one before, and he was cut in, having to go down to get it, but not out. Shamar Brooks thought he had his man. Umpire said, not yet. So this game might very well have a very interesting and exciting finish, especially if Motara could pick up a couple wickets.
It's 200 for 4.
There's a
This
lot of
one
people
is
for
looking-
LBW. Not out, says the umpire. It
That
might have
was
been
close, Ruskin.
Well, I feel that one might have been pitching leg stump, if not outside the leg.
Let's look at this again.
Yeah, it was leg,
Down
going
leg side.
Yep.
And going further down leg
The
side.
googly. This time he's edging it and it's beaten the keeper well. It's all happening here. All of a sudden, this young was a bye. He missed it.
So the ball, it did turn appreciably. It did turn a big.
I thought he got an edge.
It did turn a very good
Well.
delivery. It was too good for the wicketkeeper on first slip from Zishan Motara,
Boy, how are they probably missing that man.
the specialist wicketkeeper.
Yep, the Richards, who is, of course, a concussion protocol casualty. But that's the end of a pretty entertaining over where he got a wicket and probably could have had another one. Who knows?
And in between that, he was hit for a 4. A glorious shot, in fact.
From Joel. So it's 200 on the board, 201 for 4. So they're chipping away here. They need another 115 runs for victory. The CCC needs 6 wickets. Who will prevail? The game has really turned into coming to an interesting climax here. And Graves, this is another sweet drive. Just for a single, but it brings Hamilton on strike. And he has been ultra aggressive. So we'll see if he continues in that vein. There is a long on in position. The mid-off is still in the circle, and here's a short ball that is a gift, really. Hit down to fine leg, and that too will run over the line, or will it? No, it's stopping, and the batsmen are able to come back for 2, which is kind of lazy running, because that he had to travel. Goodrich had to travel a long way to his right to try to get to that ball. The ball was really trickling to the boundary, and yet still the batsman ambled 2.
Yes, with a bit of urgency in the running, they could have had 3 runs.
Now they want a single that is not there. So Hamilton, very busy indeed, anxious to maybe get off strike so he could get down to the other end. Probably likes the bowling of Motara, so he probably feels he needs to be at that end. And a little bit of bounce here for Graves as well. So all of a sudden things starting to happen here now. And maybe the little drizzle on the wicket to freshen it up some. Now you understand why the umpires wanted to get the cover zone quickly. Yeah, he is cutting and missing. Again, it kept low, and really he's living dangerously here. He wants to get on with things, but he's really chancing his hands here, and Hamilton really giving the bowlers a chance here now. And Graves again bang on target to end the over, and at the end of it, it's 204 for 4 now.
Just to get some, for those who are following the football, in the FA Cup quarter-finals, Manchester City leading Newcastle United 2-0 after 58 minutes. But in the league, the Fulham, they are leading Tottenham Hotspur 2-0 after 60 minutes. Ruskin, what do you make of that one?
That's a London derby, so you never know what will happen. League standings mean nothing when you play those games. And the thing that people don't recognize is that London is such a big place, and the amount of clubs that they have in London, you just associate Chelsea, Crystal Palace, Tottenham and Arsenal with London. But there are a number of other clubs that play, Fulham and some of these other clubs. All of them are London-based clubs, so they don't like each other very much, and their supporters will tell you that in no uncertain terms. So you always have to be, at your best when you play one of those clubs.
And so these games are comparable to the
It's a
Manchester derby.
It's a derby. It is. They just don't like each other.
And there's also the Real Madrid-Barcelona match, River Plate and Boca Juniors.
It's another sweet drive, but he can't get a run this time. No, those are serious battles.
Matches.
Yep.
The Milan derby is our next big derby.
All those games, those are tough games. When you think of, you say Fulham, and then you say, okay, Fulham Spurs. Crystal Palace is always a tough game. They're one of those sides. This is a big hit. This one could run away too, and you did it very close. Now, did he stay inside? He hit the wicket. Is he out? He's out, run out.
Well,
what a bit of fielding.
Well, this is while the throw was good. I have to look at the replay because it's quite possible that he was over the line.
Did he cross the line?
In contact with the ball.
But what a brilliant bit of work as he chased that ball. I thought for a moment he was out of it.
Let's look at the replay here. Good throw from McCarthy. Let's look at it.
No, he released the ball. That's what happened.
He released the ball. I think we had to look at it at third time. So let's beg.
He did
Michael.
Release the ball, but was he over the rope? So was he touching the rope at the time of the release? Can't see it there. Did he still have the ball? I think he still has the ball.
He still has the ball.
Yep.
So it should have been 4. It should have been 4.
Yeah.
It should have been 4. It should have been 4, but of course the umpires, the third umpire, they don't have the benefit of this. But it was a wonderful throw, but it should have been 4.
So Jamal Hamilton has to go back. He was the unfortunate man, run out. And on that you have to put McCarthy there because he created that himself. And remember, he is the substitute. So they now have a 5th wicket. And you look at it again, he clearly had possession, or the ball was touching some part of his person while he went over the ropes. And that is the end of Hamilton. And I think when Hamilton sees that, he will be kicking himself, as would the entire Leeward Islands team, especially if they don't get these 111 runs required. And here's a delivery doing another bit of magic here. It just jumped at him. And all of a sudden, Motara is getting the ball to do all kind of crazy stuff. And that one just pitched and leapt at him. Here is... And he's going for another big hit, but once again it eludes the keeper and it continues to go towards the boundary. That's 3 byes. So really the captain has to be mindful here. You don't want to give too much away, Shamar Brooks. And already there are an inordinate amount of extras as a result of byes. Wides and no balls. We've had quite a few of those, and all of them adding up here. 209 for 5 now, and the scoreboard keeps ticking over. They now need 107 for a victory.
He must have to feel for Hamilton. Must feel for Hamilton, because while it was a wonderful throw, We're not taking anything away from the throw, but it should not have got to that, because certainly it was 4 runs.
Again, another attempted cut shot there that wasn't on. The ball kept very low, and he was trying to come down on it. Almost got bowled as a result. So a very eventful over. And at the end of it, it's 209 for 5. How much have we done here? Was it 26?
So Hamilton being run out for 28, have to feel sorry for him, because that replay showed that the fielder in question still had the ball in possession while he was in contact with the rope.
So Udin McCarthy really pulling off a bit of magic there. And give Morata credit, he didn't try to catch it, he left it. And it clipped the bail. Only one bail fell off, but that's all you require. The wicket is broken, and the batsman is short of his ground. So here's Louis now. Jeremiah Louis, he now has some work to do.
Still have Raheem Cornwall and Colin Archibald to come to the crease, and even Hayden Walsh. And these gentlemen can bat. So they should back themselves in getting to 316 runs to win, as the Leewards require a further 107, which is not impossible by any means.
I'm still not happy. Well, I'm just looking at the field, and he has a long one, but he doesn't have anybody at that deep mid-wicket position. That's really a kind of a, how should I say, an escape shot, that one to cow corner. And you want to believe that if the pressure is too much, but I suppose given the variable bounce here, the ball is keeping a little bit low at this end. So if they want to hit across the line, they might be asking for trouble. Here they are again. Good movement in the field. Evelyn flies across to his right there to do the fielding. So Yannick Otley at slip. Both he and his brother created a bit of history. Both of them got dismissed on 99 at this level. And he also had another 99 not out, stranded with Trinidad and Tobago. So I suppose they have they're part of that 99 run club.
That's a club a lot of players don't want to be. But for me, Ruskin, I'll take 99 runs anytime.
I think there are a lot of people who would do that as well. Although you think, boy, where can I get a run, a single? Where do I get an additional run? Go by the scorer and tell him, double check that for me. Did we run 3 on that occasion? No, you need to register 2. Yeah, it is. That's the delivery that has caused so much of angst among the Leeward Islands batsmen. In fact, also the CCC batsmen, the ball tend to keep a little bit low. That's a maiden over, 209 for 5.
So the Leeward Islands, half of the batsmen back in the pavilion, and they need a further 107 runs to win. So the game is in a balance. You still have Hayden Walsh, Raheem Cornwall and Colin Archibald to come. And of course Joel Andrew, who's shown the world what he can do with a bat. He's in there at the moment with Jeremiah Lewis, so the Leewards will certainly back themselves.
Here he goes again, aerial, and but he gets it into the gap, and that's 4 runs. So they're taking their chances. They're going down swinging, so to speak. And again, Joel Andrew not afraid to get under the ball. He's been trying to play that inside-out shot since he arrived at the crease. And this time he makes proper contact. And I would think Primus at slip might be a an interesting party. Because the way Joel is prepared to go after the youngster, he could very well edge one to slip. And Primus would probably have to be alert, as would be the wicketkeeper as well. And again, he misses it. Bubbled there by wicketkeeper, so substitute wicketkeeper Shamar Brooks. They need him to be calm behind the stumps and accept any catches that would come his way. There's a beauty, a little googly there, quicker delivery, flatter. So there is a square leg, 3/4 of the way back, a mid wicket and a long on. That's the onside field. Good rhythm from Murata there, just from hand to pitch. No real flight in that one.
The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are just 9 runs away to win against the
Cut in
Windward.
again, but can't get it through. As you say, at the end of the over, 213 for 5. They still need 103 now.
And so the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just need 9 more runs to win over the Windward Islands. So certainly the Leewards can possibly go to the top with this win here, especially how the Windwards can, if they can't get 6 wickets before Trinidad and Tobago Red Force get the 9 runs.
177 for
So Jed Gooley, 90 not out for Trinidad, and West Indies wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, he's still there on 48. Well, just have to double check what the website is saying here, because they have 3 players not out. So Tion Webster is certainly in the wicket. He's on 1 not out, so either
So
Da
maybe
Silva
somebody just
or
out,
Gooley
yep.
would have just been dismissed. I'll check the ball by ball.
So the battle continues here.
Gooley there still, so no.
So it's remember the tea time has been adjusted to 3:30, so we still have another half an hour of play, and any number could play, as they say, during that time, especially if the wicket continues to misbehave, as we've seen on occasion. And of course the kites are all over the place now. Everywhere you turn, there's a kite. No chance of a single there, and there is one. And look at the wind, how easily the kite is moving. Unfortunately,
I think the kite is camera shy.
take a big nosedive there. And he goes aerial again, and that's another good shot. So he's not afraid to put bat to ball. Inside out he goes once more and cashes in with another boundary, Andrew. So he has worked out where the gaps are in the field, and he's challenging the bowlers. And I think that's the problem for Romario Graves. He's not getting much purchase. He has 0 for 57 in this inning so far. Picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. Can't buy a wicket in the second, at least not just yet. So Louis wants a single. He's on 1, but he's at the non-strikers, and Andrews on 14 from 21 deliveries. 98 runs required. There's another one that keeps very low indeed to end the over. 218 for 5. So this game is really just dangling there. Who wants it? Take it. Do you have the resources to take the 5 wickets? Or do you have the resources to get the scores level for Trinidad and Tobago? 185 for 4.
Right, so if it's 185 for 4, they are both in the wicket. This is a mistake. So not in the wicket. So that's a mistake.
So Romario Graves, not for 57 this time, but it's this young man who is trying to carry the load here, Motara. He now has a second slip in place there, or a slip on a gully, I should say, for the right-handed Louis. Now, Louis is a big, strong lad, so if he swings and connects, it could go a long way. But if the wicket does anything, as we've seen in the last 2 overs or so from this end, he too could be in some problems. And young Motara really learning on the job, so to speak. I'm sure he's growing up, he's maturing as a bowler. When you're put in these pressure situations, you could either sink or swim. And there it is on the loud appeal for LBW, going down leg again.
Yes, I think that was clear, Skin, that was going down leg side.
He's rushing this one through. The googly just going in and going down to the leg side. And cutting away for another easy single. There is protection out there. And that's the kind of the gist of how he's bowled. Every so often he will, maybe as he tries to, as they say, ring it a little bit more, he probably grips it a little too tight and it doesn't come out as easily as some of the others, so he bowls short balls. And that's why I said, when he gets stronger, he could rely on his shoulder a little bit more rather than the grip of the ball to try to flick it from his wrist. And it's similar to what Shane Warne used to do. He used to use his shoulders a lot. So when you see he because he has good rhythm, when he wheels that arm over, the ball would sing when it's coming to you in the air. And they removed the second slip of the gully, and he just punched out, and he's going to have to hurry again. The return probably not the best, as the batsmen were just turning, just as he had possession of the ball, but the throw was not a powerful one, and they were able to complete 2 runs. So that ends the over. It's now 221 for 5.
So the Leewards would be keen to capitalize
on that defeat to the Windward Islands,
of
the Windward Islands.
They want to go to the top of the table and give themselves a chance to winning their first title since 1998, when they shared with Guyana. The last time they won all by themselves were in 1996. So that's a couple of decades ago, and of course that would be the Curtly Ambrose era. The era of Curtly Ambrose and the Kenneth Benjamins, the Richie Richardson, the Keith Athertons. So it has been a long time in coming. The Leeward Islands is long overdue for another regional first-class title for them.
So they're being pushed here by CCC, and no doubt once they get over the line, the CCC, again the bottom club, they're yet to win in the competition, searching for their first victory.
And it would be very disappointing in the standpoint of the Leewards not to get a win here.
And that's a good stop again. The fielding really has picked up significantly now. Henry with a fine stop. And once again the ball missing, and you can see him trying to change the line there, and the batsman just ambles 2. It should be 2. He got a touch, so it's 2 runs.
I want to ask you if you think that the Leewards would have missed a plot in leaving out Ocean Thomas in the 11. Imagine a ball coming at 90 miles per hour ratting on you.
Well, it is, but the thing with O'Shane is that he's not as consistent with his lines compared to how we saw Graves and some of the others bowl on this wicket. And again, because of I suppose the lack of pace in the wicket, they probably felt maybe these are not the ideal. Can you remember before today, we had boiling hot sun, dry conditions, and so they might have just been saving him for that. 185 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago to get over the line. Thought for a moment of a single there, but decided against it. So this is really another crucial stage of the game here now. Who will hold their nerve the best? It goes again, but another fine stop once more, and nothing given away there. Sadiqi Henry in the way. And I'm just watching the umpire signaling. I'm not quite sure what he was signaling for. He's signaling for the jammer to come, so they could probably do some work on that bowler's boot mark there that has been creating a bit of a problem throughout. And so 223 for 5 at the end of that over. As they're counting down now, they're under 100. They need 93 more. Evelyn comes down right in front of us here, down at long on. He might be in the game, you never know. Bowl him! What a beauty of a delivery! He played down the wrong line, and that ball just clipped the stumps. And that is another big blow there, because Andrew has to go for 16.
The Leeward Islands definitely in trouble here, and still a long way to go. They still need 93 more runs, but it depends on who is coming out to bat now.
Raheem Cornwall has to come now. I don't think he could afford to send anybody else.
Yes, he is. That's the figure of Raheem Cornwall, the captain. He's coming out, so he's a guy that doesn't waste any time. So I wonder if we are safe where we are right now. I think our cameraman Joel would have to be very cautious, because if Raheem gets hold of them, we could all be in danger right here beyond the boundary in the northern end.
That is always the challenge when you're bowling against a batsman like that who has a big reputation. But I really, you have to be impressed with Motara. He's not afraid, and he's challenging these more, I suppose, more experienced batsmen. After all, he's only 17 years, and he's playing like he's a seasoned veteran. 2 wickets now. He got 2 in the first innings. He has 2 for 33 in the second. Can he be the one to do the damage? And just to look at it again. So Joel seemed bewildered by that dismissal. He wasn't quite sure where the ball passed, and it wasn't one of those that kept low. That one he just played on the wrong line, and the ball spun away from the bat and clipped the stump on the way through. So another crucial breakthrough there. Now it's Cornwall's turn. And the big fella is immediately off the mark, and he goes for a little trot, just trying to get the adrenaline flowing. And he's safely at the non-striker's end. So this young man, Zishan Matara, has really been a real revelation here for CCC, given an opportunity to play among the big boys and fitting in quite nicely. And that one is cracked away, but he won't get a boundary. And again, Goodrich doing good work out in the deep. He's been busy out there and certainly done his part both to his left and to his right. He's really had some ground to cover out there. I think he has covered the most ground of all the fieldsmen today. And, but has done very, very well. Cornwall just shoulders arms, as they say.
So Raheem Cornwall, who is very capable with the bat. 1850s and 1 century in first class cricket with an average of 22.45. So he would want to stick around and help his team to over the line. And of course, he's no rabbit with the bat. As an opener in T20s, he has 1 century and 5 50s with an average of 20.92, and he has 4 list A hundreds. So he's certainly not a rabbit with a bat. So, of course, he would want to stick around with the responsibility as captain, and this team would want to be there to take this team over the line.
So it's 225 for 6 at the end of that over. And again, the game really just boiling at the moment. It's just simmering there. It could go one way or the other. They need another 91 runs, and they have 4 wickets in hand. So certainly, you would think that this game might really go right down to the wire. Who will take it? Nobody knows. But it certainly has turned out to be a very interesting game here now. And I would imagine somebody like Jeremiah Louis must be thinking, if I could hit a couple big sixes here just to relieve this pressure. And but you could also run the risk of getting out, attempting that. And that one again, that's the danger ball. That one that pitches just on about the off stump and keeps low. You can't sweep it. You can't do much with it. And this time, the single. And of course, fielders always do that. They throw it to the end that Cornwall is running to, just to see if he could speed him up a little bit, maybe get him to burn some energy. So now the right-handed off spinner is coming into him, and they do have a deep mid wicket for him as well as a long on. Quicker delivery that he just dug out and starts his familiar gape, trotting down to the non-striker's end. I really feel they should they should allow people like Cornwall to use a bat that is a little taller, longer blade. Legalize it, because you're asking him to go a long way down to bat. And here he comes again, trotting, coming up the hill.
Yes, because he's very tall, and you could have remembered when tall players like Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, and Bishop had that same issue, having them to go low down.
Tony Gregg, that's how they invented batting, using the bat off the ground, because once they crouch like that, they didn't want to stay down there for that length of time by the time the bowler starts his run-up.
And that's why, as a bowler, you would want to bowl more Yorkers at those guys, because they are so tall.
And even deliveries that move off the wicket, move into them, because a lot of times they're late trying to pick up the line, and once the ball moves, it could create a problem for them. The end of the over from Graves, not for 62 for him, but it's 228 for 6 now. The Carty and Graves both got 61. They are the leading run scorers now. 228 for 6. They still have some ways to go, and the CCC are making life very tough for the Leeward Islands, but they would know that if they could win here today, they could very well be at the top of the standings by the time the sun goes down this evening.
And of course, their next match will be at Sabina Park next Wednesday when they play the Jamaica Scorpions. So certainly they want to go into that match being on top of the table. However, the combined campuses and colleges, their next match will be right here next Wednesday hosting the West Indies Academy. So that will be a very interesting match next Wednesday right here.
Still a lot of cricket for these youngsters to play, and I think generally we have seen some good performances. And but here is one of the emerging stars of the game, this young Zishan Mutara, 2 for 35 so far. Can he get a third? And Louis, I'm sure, would want to maybe get some runs on the board. He's been there prodding and probing. This time he's going for the big hit, but can't get it through. And you know it's only a matter of time before he decides to have a go. And he's cutting that one again. There's a stifled appeal, but not out, says the umpire. So Louis living dangerously there on the back foot. Can't get it through. So Mutara rather, doing very well. Keeping Louis quiet for the moment. And this time he's getting it through, and once again Goodrich is on there calling into duty. So one by one they're inching closer. We're also getting closer to the tea interval, which is about 10 minutes away or so. Cornwall is 2 from 7 deliveries. And this one he's pulling away and it's going to get 4 runs. He just used the wrist more than anything else, turned it away from the fielder who's out in the deep and hit it square, forcing the fielder to have to run to his right, but could never get around to it. And that brings up a boundary that kind of releases the pressure just a little bit as the score pushes on to 233 now for 6.
Rakeem Cornwall is he's a wristy kind of player. He uses his wrists very well. You know, he has that flick over mid-wicket. He plays so well to fast bowlers especially. So he uses his wrist really well. And of course, when he's in that mood, he can send the ball sailing over the ropes with ultimate ease as well.
I'm just wondering though, how much longer will Shamar Brook wait before he reintroduces his main man Blades? Maybe he'll wait till after the tea interval and bring him back to have a little burst here.
But you're saying that, Ruskin, but bowling the faster bowlers to Rakeem Cornwall can certainly do more harm than good because he's at home to faster bowling.
Well, it could, but I still think that Blades bowling maybe around the wicket could create some problems for him. This is the area that I always felt you couldn't bowl an off spinner without a deep mid wicket, and it's certainly you're inviting trouble there.
Yes, because the ball is to going in that direction, so the batsman just has to simply play with the spin. So it's suicidal not to have your mid-wicket.
And the ball, like it went through the fence. So I'm not sure where the gate is to get to the outside of to get through that fence, or you may have to jump the fence.
Like yesterday.
Yep. So you may have to go over the fence. Yeah. And but the challenge is, even when you jump the fence, is where the ball is now. That's the other thing, because there's a lot of bushes and there's another fence behind there.
Well, that is
So-
Utley. He's accustomed playing at for Clark.
UWE, yep.
Yeah, so
But there it is. He found the ball quite easily too.
so in club cricket in Trinidad, you know, you have a lot of that to do, finding ball in the bush and things like that.
The problem at a ground like Clark Road, when you hit the ball out the ground, you're endangering people's lives in their own homes because their houses.
But look how easy he's doing that. He's accustomed to that, Ruskin.
Yep. Certainly, he climbed that fence quite comfortably.
I remember playing in a game in Digger Martin, and one of my teammates got banged, hit all over the place. He had to go across to the neighbor and apologize for the ball hitting his roof so often.
Damage the man rough. 239 for 6. So Louis goes to 14 quickly. One big swing of the bat. And they still have left that area unprotected. And have decided that they will ask him to repeat the shot. And I don't think he would need a second invite, because once he feels he can get under it, he will try to launch himself just to see how many times he could probably play that shot and get away with it. And there's just that slip on that forward short leg. There he goes again. And really, at some point, Shamar Brooks has to recognize that you cannot bowl an off spinner and not protect that part of the field there.
But even if there were 10 fielders there, the ball went for 6 anyway. So no matter,
But if you put him under, he's not going to play the shot.
yes, he will think twice about playing that shot.
So I don't know, he's left it open still, almost as if he likes the shot. So he's asking the batsman, keep playing it.
And to play that shot, you have to play with the spin. So I don't understand why he's not protecting that area.
So that's the end of the over, and the figures for the bowler has really gone through the roof here now. Romario Graves, but this might very well be the last over before the tea interval, and Zisha Motara it is who's going to continue. He has 2 for 40. And Graves,
74. 74.
so she's certainly been fairly expensive as well. Here's Mutara.
Cornwall just watching that. He's on 6 from 9 deliveries. Louis 20 from 33.
So he's in a way, he's kind of working on Cornwall's patience here. He's just teasing him outside the off stump. If you want to get me, come out there and get me.
And Cornwall showing good restraint, because we know Raheem Cornwall.
Again, it's a little cat and mouse going on here right now. Mutara, wise beyond his years, he knows if he comes too close to him, he might very well launch him out the ground. So he's putting it where he can't really do much damage or without taking a risk.
But you figure that anytime he gets it wrong, Raheem Cornwall will send that ball sailing, endangering the UWE students.
So the sun is back with us now. Nice bright conditions. And again, a lot of wrist work there, taking that ball from outside the off stump, turning it on the onside. for the single. Goes up to 246 now. Cornwall is 7. 20 to Louis. So the end of the over, and so it remains at 246 for the loss of those 6 wickets, and they really have to see how they could get to tea without any further damage.
So just the one more over before tea.
So Yannick Otley is back in the attack.
Not,
So another 70 runs required.
not good news for Tottenham Hotspur's fans. They lost to Fulham 3-0 in the English Premiership. So not getting that chance to overtake Aston Villa into 4th place.
There's a London derby for you. No game is guaranteed. You could be leading in the table, and you're playing a fellow London club that is at the bottom of the table, and it might be the toughest game for the year.
And Manchester City in stoppage time, they are leading Newcastle 2-0.
And here is Cornwall trying to get after Otley, who was just turning away from him just outside the off stump. Give him a little bit of room to swing there. There is a slip, so he has to be careful. The ball, if he could get a little bit of purchase on the wicket. He goes again, cutting, and not able to make contact. You see, if they would give him a longer blade, he might catch up with 1 or 2 of those.
Bat looking really small for Hakeem Cornwall.
And again, now he has to be careful because Otley has a good arm ball, and the ball, it doesn't turn, it just kind of straightens. So if he starts it on the stumps and Cornwall plays for the turn, could be a tough scenario for him. So he has to be very mindful. Does a little bit of gardening. Not sure how much of that he does back home in his homeland.
I know for one thing, he likes fishing. He does a lot of fishing.
He's cutting again, and this one takes the bottom, and he goes for, is it another bye, or did he get the toe of the bat to that one? I think he did. So he got an under edge, and it went down. Trying his best there to cut it out. But not able to was Graves, Romario Graves, feeling at slip. You don't normally see him in that slip cordon. So that is the end of the over, and just a 1 run coming from it, and the players will go off for the tea break. So 2:47 for 6 at tea time. 3 for 36 to Blades, 2 for 41 to the youngster Motara, and as Jeremiah Louis 20, and Raheem Cornwall is on 8. So 2:47 for 6 at the tea interval, and they still need a further 69 runs. Welcome back to the UWI Spec here on the St. Augustine campus of the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine, more popularly known as the Sir Frank Worrell Park, or the original Sir Frank Worrell Park, and of course aptly named against one of the true greats of West Indies cricket. And but here we have a game that Sir Frank would have been justifiably proud, with the Leeward Islands and CCC battling well into the fourth and final day of this encounter in the West Indies Cricket Championships, where as we stand now, it's 247 for 6. The Leeward Islands need a further 69 runs, and Shamar Brooks is about to play probably his biggest ace right now with the return of Jediah Blades, the man who has 3 wickets already to his name, 3 for 36, and who has been their principal wicket taker, who has really been the most dangerous and the most threatening of all his bowlers. Even though Graves got 5 for 63 in the first innings, it was Blades who started the wicket taking for the CCC in that first innings. He did it again today, removing Louis, Powell and Carty, and they're calling on him once more to do it again. And again, he's pitching up to Cornwall, who was a little bit late in getting down there. And while Cornwall is an accomplished batsman, he's no rabbit with the bat. In fact, you can't even begin to suggest that with him. The problem with him is that he's, in terms of his mobility, he's very limited. And the speed at which Blades bowls, especially deliveries that are on the stumps, may prove a bit of a problem for Cornwall. That's well played, and he might actually get a boundary here. It comes close to the boundary, but no, that's good cricket again. And once more, it's Goodrich doing the business down there, running to his left from his position at long off or mid off, and covering quite a bit of ground. Just scooped the ball back and prevented it from going over the ropes. And now they're going to take a look at the ball. I'm not sure if it touched it didn't touch the fence, so I'm not sure if it's just the normal wear and tear spreading over the turf, that or maybe it just got hit at a bad angle and it might be out of shape a little bit. So it is a little bit, and they're gonna have a change of balls. So here's another twist in the proceedings. Now we're gonna have a different ball being used. So already Trinidad and Tobago beaten the Windward Islands and the leaders of the tournament. So now it's up to the Leeward Islands, who was second on the table, to try to see if they can't leapfrog their neighbors and take over sole possession of first place on the table. Trinidad and Tobago also would probably be looking at some other results to see if they can make an upward move as well. But it always gives you a good feeling when you can beat the leaders of the competition. It says that you're doing some things right. And the manner in which their bowlers bowled and their batters contributed, it meant that coach David Furlong must be very happy. So Blades will try once more with a different ball, a changed ball. And immediately he's bang on target. Cornwall with a little bit of a hurried movement there, hustled a little bit by Blades.
Yes, tentative, not much foot movement, He might be thinking about that ball that stays low.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have batsmen thinking about that, it would affect the way they move in the wicket, in the crease.
So Blaze 3 for 38, looking for his fourth. And again, Cornwall nibbling at one. Giving the bowler a chance there. It's really is a nothing shot. He just tried to stick the bat out there. And as we say in local parlance, he went fishing there. Didn't get a bite though. And you suggested that he likes to fish.
Yes, he spends a lot of time at the seaside fishing. He should do his fishing there and not here.
Yep. Does he eat a lot of what he catches? I would. This one is hit firmly down to mid-off, and but they don't get a run. Again, Goodrich is in the worst. He's had a lot of work to do today, and there will be days like this. The ball just seems to follow you, no matter where you're positioned. You're in the firing line.
Just to get an update from that match there, Kyle Hope is on 159 and Anthony Bramble on 71 as Clark Wood at 356 for 1.
And that's a wide delivery.
And plus it stayed low.
Yep, he did well on this occasion to take all the sting out of that one and prevent it from going past him. So 249 for 6 and just the 2 runs added so far. So Louis remains on 20. Cornwall is on 10. They need a further 67 runs now to get the job done.
Jediah Blades impressing in this match especially, and of course with opportunities of the West Indies A team. West Indies A team playing a lot more matches, a lot more tours these days. He can be putting his hand up for looking. Of course, the chief selector Desmond Haynes is right here, taking in this game first hand.
So Motara has changed ends. He's now operating from the southern end, and that's where he bowled so beautifully in the first innings from that end. So we'll be hoping that he can rekindle that form he showed there where he picked up his 2 wickets. He has 2 already, bowling at the top end, and now he switched to the bottom end. Another easy single. So 1 by 1 they're trying to bring the total down. So that's a 250 on the board for the Leeward Islands. Louis up to 21. So Motara, 2 for 42. He's in his 13th over. And make that 2 for 43, and they are constantly forcing Cornwall to have to speed up as they always throw in to the end which he's running, and forcing the big fella to have to change gears a little bit. This one is edging, and it peels off that outside edge. And it's coming down to third man once again. They're just going to take a single. So not a bad delivery from Motara. He had Louis feeling for it, but he got enough bat on to take it away from slip. And I think that is what Motara might be thinking of here. Can he really line up one and force Cornwall to have to reach it? And this time it strokes it nicely for another easy single, showing his experience here, not getting flustered. Cornwall taking what the bowlers are giving him. a 30-run partnership between these two now, or 46 deliveries. Well, Jamal Hamilton and Graves putting on a 50-run partnership. Casey Carty and Graves put on a 100 partnership. There's a delivery coming in quickly. The appeal again, doing a little too much, going down leg, and the appeal is aborted soon after, as the umpire says, not out. 253 for 6 now. $63 more required. So the game really still there for the taking. Which team will hold its nerve the longest here to get over the line? 4 wickets required, 63 runs needed by the Leewards, 4 wickets for a CCC celebration. Now from around the wicket. And this is the angle that I think that Blades could really impact the game. So far Cornwall just again, because it's a minimal of movement on his part, the ball is coming into him, so he doesn't have to reach for it. Raheem Cornwall, 12 from 28.
Playing a patient innings here, Raheem Cornwall.
This one goes right through him, and how did that miss? It just pitched and left him, and it just missed that off stump as well. Whoa, that almost took the off stump on the way through. And really a big airy-fairy drive there, a real nothing shot from Cornwall. He just kind of threw the bat, and luckily for him, he didn't get a touch. Or better yet, they didn't hit the off stump on the way through. And again, he's getting a little width to work with there. So he certainly is living a bit of a charmed life. He's hasn't really taken the bowling by the scruff of the neck as he is accustomed to. He's played and missed a couple of times. Louis also. But he's on 22. And that's well played. And that too is going to run away nicely. That may get to the boundary, and it does. Despite a valiant effort out there from Henry, it still had enough to take it over the line. He just couldn't get across to it early enough.
He pulled it very nicely though, got the meat of the bat. He swiveled as he played the shot, and it was excellently played for 4 runs.
So no change in the field.
Just a quick score coming out from Jamaica. Jamaica 176 for 6 against Academy, and they need 58 more runs
And
with 4 wickets in hand.
4 wickets is a similar scenario to what we have here.
Yes, and Brandon King batting at number 5. He's on 53 not out. And he's there with Abajay Mansingh, who's on 32.
And they have a specialist batsman still at the wicket. Catch he just misses him as he was diving to his right there, and that's a difficult catch to take in your follow through. And luckily for Louis, Blades couldn't get his hand up in time. It had to stick, and but it was just out of his grasp there, and that could so easily have been wicket number 7 for CCC. And we saw, who was it, got out caught on ball, Graves, earlier to
Yes.
Mutara.
What a wonderful catch. He had to run to his left. Blades will continue. Just the last ball in this over to Louis.
And that's another good delivery again. A little bit of bounce here now. And striking him on the finger to end the over. At 258 now for 6.
Still to come, but I'm sure it's not in that order because I would like to think that Hayden Walsh would come in next, to be followed by Colin Archibald and then Daniel Durham.
So things in favor of the Leeward Islands. They have time and they have a target that is very attainable right now. They need another 58 runs. And remember, the lock-off time is at 5:30, so they have another hour and a half, roughly.
To get 58 runs.
Yep. So they have 90 minutes to get 58 runs.
And with Raheem Cornwall there, if he can just get off, they will just require, they can get that in a half hour.
Yep.
But he's playing cautious today with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
And he's manipulating the field because there's that big gap. Nobody really close in on the onside in front of the bat. So all he has to do is just turn it there and he'll get a run. And once again, they're leaking runs. And this might be 4 byes. Yes, it does get to the boundary. Actually, it's runs. So he did get a touch to take it away from the wicketkeeper.
So Brooks is having an up and down day today behind the stumps. Of course, he is not the specialist or first choice wicketkeeper. He is there because of the concussion suffered by the original wicketkeeper. So he's trying his best. He's having some good moments and some very difficult moments behind the stumps.
Demario Richards is the regular wicketkeeper, but he is taking no further part in this game. And the man who replaced him has had a blinder, including a very controversial run out. Here he goes again and trying that sweep shot. But that's not the line that Mutara wants to bowl.
No, that's definitely not the line. Because just 2 deliveries before he conceded 4 runs.
Because he has a slip and a gully. And that's closer to where he wants to be. So 53 more required by the Leeward Islands. He's bowled him. Well. Again, he pitched this one up. It wasn't a short ball where he could sweep it, but Louis played all over that one, and he goes for 30. It's 263 now for 7.
Not what the doctor would have ordered there for the Leewards, but what they would have ordered for the CCC. So he goes for 30, bowled by Mutara. So looks like Colin Archibald. Could be
I would
either
be
Archibald.
surprised. It's Hayden Walsh Jr. I would
It's
be
Hayden Walsh.
surprised if Archibald came this early.
Yeah, this looks like Hayden Walsh. So he's very capable with the bat as well. So he needs to stay there and support his skipper Cornwall. as the Leewards require just 53 runs, a further 53 runs to win. They just have the 3 wickets in hand to come still Colin Archibald and Daniel Dorham. But they would like to have these 2 batsmen stay until the end or very close to the end as much as possible.
In a situation like this, Ian, who has the advantage, the bowling team or the batting team?
Well, I would still, it lies in the balance, because the batting team, they have until 5:30. It's just 9 minutes past 4. They have a lot of time to make 53 runs. They can take their time. They don't need to rush it. It's not a limited overs game. It's a red ball game. You have enough time, and that is what they need to do. However, if the bowling team, if the CCC could prize out 1 more wicket, anything could play, any card could play after that. So it's a situation where both teams need to keep under pressure. The bowling team needs to keep under pressure. The batting team needs to keep under pressure, not lose any more wickets. And it lies in a balance, to be honest.
I don't know who is more on the fence, either you or Mr. Shearer. And this one again pushed up into the offside. And Cornwall, more responsibility on his shoulders now, his broad shoulders. So a real interesting game, right down to the end here. And it could still go either way. And Cornwall not interested in a single. Not that he doesn't want it, but it may require him generating pace while running. And I don't think he's too concerned about that. So the field is very well spread for the big fellow. He goes, this one is in the air, just out of the reach. It was going to be a tough catch, but I'm not quite sure if he ever really had a chance of getting to that. He just didn't seem as if he was going to get around to it, and that would have been a great catch there in the end by Otley, but it never looked like he was going to get anywhere under it. He was close in the end, but I don't think he really had a chance of catching that one.
And what is even more important, he got 4 more runs, so it's under 50 runs again for the Leeward Islands. Of course, they just need 49 more runs to win, so it's getting more in their favor. So I'm now leaning a little bit more on the Leeward Island side.
So you're over the fence.
Over the fence now.
There you go. No invitation, so I'm over the fence. I'm using the fence. He's in the air. This could be, oh, it's short. It's going to drop well short. There, he was closing in there of that man closing in from mid-on and just couldn't get on. Evelyn trying his best to close in there. Cornwall living dangerously. So this now is Hayden Walsh Jr. So the left-handed Hayden Walsh Jr. comes to the crease, and he too can really hold his end. And that one is down, and that's gone for 4 byes. Well, you don't want to give runs away like that, but that's the hand they've been dealt here. And another extra. It would be interesting to see how many extras in this inning so far, because it's been a lot. This is probably the third 4 extras that they've conceded. And you add the no balls and the couple wides, It's certainly been 44 runs required now, 3 wickets, 26 extras already. You take that away, it means they still need about another 70 runs. So the over comes to an end. 272 for 7 now. Blades with 3 for 48. Motara 3 for 50. They are the principal wicket takers. And, well, the only wicket takers really. The other one was a run out. So those are the two that Shamar Brooks is riding, win or lose, it looks like. He's going to give his wicket takers the best opportunity to get wickets. And if they do, they win. If they don't, well, they might very well lose. But I think he's kind of made up his mind. He's going to trust these two, the teenager and the 21-year-old. Cornwall. Really, he's going to have to kind of fashion a score here. He's up to 19 right now. But they really need him to stick around and see this over the line. And another gift of a single out on the onside. So now the left-handed, the Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to take strike. So for Hayden Walsh, they put the man at point back on the boundary, and there's a short extra cover under long off, a long on, a mid wicket, a man at the deep mid wicket fence, and a backward square, and driven nicely. So they will gladly take that single. It brings Cornwall back on side. Now this is a much better field now because it forces Cornwall to have to devise something other than just turning the ball on the onside and scampering a single, because they now have a mid-wicket for him. This one is a loud appeal. The height, says the umpire, and it again beat Cornwall and just brushes the top of the pad on the way through. Might have been jumping over the stumps. And that's a good delivery and a good decision too, the height.
So again, Motara causing some issues, causing some problems. It's time for Rakeem Cornwall, who is on 20, with the Leewards requiring just 42 runs to go.
There's a short ball that again is a gift, and that's gone for 4 runs. So
a good response from Cornwall there.
Yep, not really missing out on that occasion. It was a short ball and badly lined at that, and punched away, really tugged away for 4, pull it away from the fieldsman at backward square leg. More fine leg that ball travelled. Pressure is on. And just he almost hit it into the mid-wicket hand there. And again, it's because he now has to think about playing that ball on the onside and not just dropping it and running. 278 now for 7. They're closer. 66 overs completed.
So the Leewards doing much better than they did in the first innings. Of course, they needed to do a lot better than their first innings score to get a victory here. And certainly with this victory, they are certain to go to the top of the table, to taking over from the Windward Islands, who lost earlier today to the Red Force. Of course, the Leewards setting up themselves to win their first-class title since 1998. That's 26 years ago. Certainly, of course, that would be the days of Sir Curtly Ambrose and others. They haven't seen or rest their hands on the title for 26 years.
So they're doing a little adjustment of the side screen because they're left-handed. Blades is continuing. And Walsh is asking that they bring the side screen a little bit to the right so that he can at least get a better sight of the ball once it's delivered.
The Hayden Walsh is on 1. Raheem Cornwall 24 from 40 deliveries. Very good innings from him. This is Blades. Playing that towards extra cover. So Blades, just as we mentioned, just 21 years of age. Doing quite well for his team here. This represents his best figures so far, 3 for 48. He wouldn't complain if he got his first fiver.
Again, the ball really just having difficulty, I suppose, keeping that line, which is really what is required now. And that's probably a little bit of inexperience creeping in here. Because all that he is required to do here is just line up the deliveries and just put it down in front of the batsman. He doesn't have to worry about anything else. But it's trying to bowl too fast. Just trust the action. And that is more like it. Just keep it simple. And don't worry about trying to do too much at this stage. Just let the batsman try and hit you off of that line. So another fielder coming into the gully position. So just one slip on a gully. And so that's what I'm saying. Just put it down there. You don't have to do anything else. Just let the wicket do the rest for you. And see what gives. And I firmly believe if he can just relax and bowl more deliveries like that, he would probably have greater success. But it's when he's trying to maybe try to do too. He's probably tired too, so all of that factoring in. He's in his 15th over. And beating the batsman once again. And so he's really shown great courage here. And it was just rewarded. I'm sure he would prefer to pick up another wicket or two to help his team over the line. He doesn't have much room for error right now. 36 more runs required. And when you consider that they've given, 26 extras already.
And the CCC would consider they're only 3 wickets away from a win. Very close.
And still, Hayden Walsh is doing his bit to keep the scoreboard ticking over, which is required. You want to not put all the pressure on Cornwall. Take some of that pressure off of him. So the score pushes on now to 281 for 7. Blades 3 for 50. Another 35 runs required here now. So Cornwall is on 25. Walsh is up to 2. So it's going to be Romario Graves now, who is coming back into the attack. He has none for 74, Graves. But what a time for him to pick up his first wicket of this innings. If he can break through here for CCC. They really need a little bit of his magic. Cornwall is doing his bit to keep the Leeward Islands afloat and on track. But it's Eden Walsh now, who's also out there and with a role to play in ensuring that the Leeward Islands get over the line.
A very close game here where both teams are in good positions to win the game still. The Leewards just need 35 runs to win, but the CCC needs 3 wickets to win.
Yeah, it would be interesting if they were to lose another wicket, say within the next 10 runs or so, and really put a little scare in. And this time as well, it's nicely played by Walsh, and that is going to run into the boundary at a deep backward point, and that's 4 runs. So they all count right now, and they probably count double at this stage of the game. And so he goes up to 6, and the score is up to 285 now for 7. 31 runs required. So Graves, who really was the pick of the bowlers in the first innings, can't get it on track in the second. It's almost like his wicket-taking deliveries have deserted him. And again, he's too short, and Eden Walsh Jr. not under any pressure at all. Just sort of standing up and playing deliveries that are slow turning, not any real rip in those deliveries. And it's going to get another run here, or he won't, because Cornwall was not interested in a quick single. Walsh again doing very well and will keep the strike himself. So he's taking that pressure off of Cornwall. Doesn't mean he has to do all the heavy lifting himself. And that pushes the score now to 286 for 7 after 68 overs. So Walsh is on to 7 and Cornwall is 25. And the target is 30 now. 30 more required. So after 4 days of a tense battle, it's come right down to this.
Very close. Just like we Jamaica 36 runs and 3 wickets. Yeah. And of course the Jamaica Scorpions against West Indies Academy, almost identical. They need 36 runs to win with 3 wickets in hand against the West Indies Academy. So another very close game in Sabina Park in Jamaica. And Barbados Pride at 301 for 8. They need 42 runs to win with 2 wickets in hand.
And there's another one that Walsh is reaching for a little bit. So all matches seem to be, well, the good thing is they all go into the 4th day, late on the 4th day. Trinidad and Tobago has already won theirs, just after tea or just around tea time. And now it's up to the decisions in the other three are still, they could still go either way, all three of them.
Jason Holder with a 76-run effort to go with Zachary McCaskey's 87. Jamal Warwickon is there, 39 not out, and he's there with Shimar Holder. So let's see if Shimar Holder can stay with Warwickon.
And Walsh is trying a reverse sweep that just sizzled past and was blocked by the wicketkeeper. And Cornwall, quite rightly, is going to have a word with him. It's just a little word. Now is not the time to be adventurous. You still have plenty of time. And just play each ball on merit now. Because if he should attempt that shot and get out, I'm not quite sure they'll let him in the dressing room at this point. And can't put that one away. Had a lot of time to work with. So it's really about the concentration levels. And sometimes the players are so relaxed, they tend to just go on instinct. And as a result of that, they sometimes do things that you don't expect at critical times. Sometimes they come off, other times they don't, and you end up with egg on your face. And that's another beauty that this young man has been able to produce some good deliveries. And 3 for 56 already. How he probably would like to get a fourth one now. And Hayden Walsh very responsibly put away that reverse sweep. And is still there on 7. It's 286 for 7 at the end of that over. Cornwall is on 25. Of course, it was 61 apiece for Justin Graves and Casey Carty. Jamal Hamilton also chipped in with 28 before he was unfortunately run out from a play that really should not have stood, as the cameras clearly showed that McCarthy, the concussion substitute fieldsman, while he made a brilliant attempt to cut the ball off close to the boundary, did in fact go over the boundary while still holding the ball. But he picked himself up and effected a run out from under boundary. Is one that keeps very low. And that was all she wrote for Hamilton. I'm sure when he sees that, he would probably be very annoyed. Jeremiah Louis also played well for his 30. And Joel Andrews made a breezy 16. There is Cornwall again getting a single. He probably wanted more. He was swinging for the fences on that occasion. But he will take the single. .286 for 7 now. Should be 287, I would think, with 29 required. So now Shamar Brooks has to get his field placings right here, because you don't want to give too many easy singles away, because runs are crucial now, probably more so than before. So you want to preserve them as much as possible. And they are going to trot another one.
The Leewards wouldn't mind if they get the 29 runs in singles.
Which is probably what the mindset should be. It's almost like if you're approaching 100 and you're in the 90s, you just try to nudge the ball and run.
Just play it safe.
And so again, that's just probably the nervousness going around the game here right now.
Mario Graves certainly not getting the ball where he wants it, just slipping out his hand. Raheem Cornwall driving off the back foot, will just get the one.
This is a nice responsible innings on the part of Cornwall. He read the situation very well and played accordingly. Had one or two anxious moments, a few LBW appeals, one that probably jumped and could easily have been given out. But the umpire felt the height at which it struck him was going to go over the stump. And Hayden Walsh Jr. has to be mindful of who he's running with, who's at the other end. So that's the end of the over. And at the end of it, it's 289 now for 7. And there are 2 wicket takers, 3 for 50, 3 for 56, Blades and Motara. And but they need somebody to help them get over the line. So they'll take a refreshment break with the Leeward Islands well placed at 289 for 7, chasing 316 to win.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
As we welcome you back here to the UE Spec in St. Augustine in East Trinidad, as the sun is back with us here. And we did have that one break for about 40 minutes because of a slight drizzle. But once the weather, the rain stopped, the little drizzle stopped. The players came back out, and we've had continuous and non-stop play since. That's why he's hitting him on the pad again, trying to a big heave there. Cornwall, a little bit out of character to the way he's played so far. Trying to probably finish it now. Maybe his nerves are jangling a little bit. Here he goes again, and how did that one miss the stumps? I don't know, because Shamar Brooks is also wondering what exactly happened there. And more buys, 4 more buys, so that would push the extras somewhere in the region of 30.
Well,
And
while you are wondering how it missed the stumps, I'm wondering the wicketkeeper missed the ball.
because he thought it was probably hitting the stumps. That's probably what it is.
Raheem Cornwall with a big heave didn't connect, and maybe that could have also thrown off the wicketkeeper as well.
But the thing about it, though, is as the keeper, even if you have to try to block it or put your body behind it.
And that's
so
why
that-
they have pads.
Yeah, so if it misses or even if it's the edge of the bat, at least you have your glove and your pad there to try to block the ball. And you don't want them to. The ball cannot be constantly passing you at catchable heights.
I'm not sure if the wicketkeeper actually used his pads, because the pads are there to be used.
And this time he's making some contact. And one more to the score. So one by one, they're filling it up. Cornwall just seems that after the little refreshment break, seems as if he wants to get a move on, end the agony a little bit, see his team home, and then head back to the hotel, maybe get a dip in the pool, whatever is available. Walsh also doing his part. And if anything, Motara, again, it's probably because of his, I suppose, lack of strength that he's not able to consistently line up the deliveries in the way he might get 2 or 3 in an over, and then he will offer like 3 freebies to the batsman the rest of the way. So all they have to do is just wait, and they would probably get it. 295 for 7, 21 more required. And that one again driven firmly. To secure a comfortable single, and he will retain the strike, so it's down to 20 now required. It's 296 for 7. So Brandon King, I think, has been dismissed. So that game also takes a little twist there. Jamaica, just like the Leeward Islands here, trying to wrap up a victory late on the 4th day. Here the Leeward Islands need another 20 runs. And they have their captain, Raheem Cornwall, leading from the front with an unbeaten 29. Trying to get his team over the line. Graves continuing there, but really not able to deceive the batsmen. And another short ball that is much too easy for Cornwall to deal with. Too much time and with which to make his shots, pick his spots.
In the meantime, Ruskin, Barbados, they've lost another wicket, so they are requiring 34 runs to win with just one wicket in hand. It's Jamal Warrican still on 14 not out. He's there with Jai McAllister with who's on 4. So Barbados in all sorts of trouble here. Guyana just wants the one more wicket to win the match.
And again, a badly lined delivery from Graves. It's coming close to the boundary. It's not going to get to the boundary. And Henry is able to corral it. But another comfortable 2 runs. And this is a big one. That's a good hit. That's gone straight. And that's going to be 4 more. So the Leeward Islands, from the time they came back after the break, they showed real intent here. That picks them off past the 300. So it's 303 now for 7. So another 13 runs. And they still have 3 wickets in the bag. So Romario Graves in his 24th over, naught for 89. And here he goes again. That's a repeat of it. And that's another beautifully struck one from Hayden Walsh Jr. And that's 4 more. So 9 now required.
11 runs from this over. Hayden Walsh, Raheem Cornwall picked out. Hayden Walsh flying to 19. As Leewards just need 9 more runs to win.
307 for 7. And Romario Graves, naught for 93 from his 24 overs. Hasn't really been able to replicate the form he showed in the first innings. So just 9 runs now. And you would say they're on easy street to get over the line. And you can probably just see the wind going out of the sail of the CCC. They fought hard. They just couldn't get over the line here. But then cricket is a strange old game. You never say never. Cornwall, who's on 30, just having a word with his partner Hayden Walsh, who is on 19. Remember, they came together at 263 for 7, and they've now taken it over to 307 for the same 7. And this one goes right through him, but again he's outside the leg stump, having a big swing there.
If Cornwall had gotten hold on that, that would have been sailing over one of those holes there.
Canada Hall?
Canada Hall. Because if he had connected with that, that ball would have been traveling still. They had to take a taxi to get the ball.
You probably pick it up in the cafeteria. And but Matara, not afraid. He's a brave man. He's daring Cornwall to come after him. So they need 9 more now. The Leewards. And this one again, he's trying to... I wonder if he realized my car is parked right behind me. I was at Cornwall, I'll tell him joke is joke, you know.
I think we might have to be running for cover.
Here he goes again, and this one is in the air. It's up, 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 and away it goes. It goes for 6. Not too far over the ropes, but it just dropped over for a 6. So he goes to 36 now. It's 313 for 7. So they're 3 runs away now. 50-run partnership between these two.
So the Leewards just need 3 runs to win after that huge shot from Raheem Cornwall. Just 2 deliveries to go.
Can Motara end it here, or will Cornwall end it here? Goes again, and that is all she wrote.
Brings it up with 2 sixes.
That's another 6 there. So they will finish on 319 for 7.
So Raheem Cornwall ending things off with consecutive 6s as the Leewards take this one by 3 wickets. The combined campuses and colleges put up a brave fight. They got the first innings, but the Leewards with a very good second innings effort. With a 61s from Casey Carty and Justin Graves. And of course, Raheem Cornwall unbeaten 42. Sees the Leeward Hurricanes. The Leewards Hurricanes getting there by 3 wickets.
So a splendid performance. Performance again by just looking at Raheem Cornwall, they're finishing on 42 not out, 19 not out to Hayden Walsh Jr. and 319 for 7. As Ian said, the Lee was winning this by 3 wickets. Just to give you some bowling figures here, it was Blades, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 50 runs, 3 wickets. Graves, 24 overs, 2 maidens, 93 runs, no wickets. Goodridge, 6 overs, no maidens, 34 runs, no wicket. Utley, 6 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, no wicket. Mutara, 17.5 overs, 3 maidens, 71 runs and 3 wickets. And Roshan Primus, just 4 overs, 21 runs, no wickets in there. So it really was a solid victory in the end for the Leeward Islands. And I'm sure they'll be happy with that because it gives them an opportunity, as we've been saying all along, to just climb up the standings. And because at the end of the day, this is a competition that teams are trying to win, even though the idea of also is to give exposure to the players. But the competitive nature of any tournament suggests that players almost always want to try to win whatever competition they are participating in. So we have had some amazing performances over the 4 days. Ian, you think back to that opening day when things weren't going so well for CCC, but then they came and they got a big partnership that brought them back.
At first, we were saying that the game could have possibly been finished since yesterday. But of course, that good partnership from Goodridge and it was Goodridge and Graves who got together.
But Henry also with his 73.
And his 73. But that Goodridge and Graves partnership yielded about 127 runs, and that really brought the CCC back into the game. In fact, they got first innings after doing well with the ball as well. But a strong second innings from the Leeward Islands saw them over the line. So,
and of course, we spare thought also for Utley and his innings of 99. A real heartbreak for him.
yes, that 99. And the manner he was bowled. And that would have been heartbreaking, but of course they put up a very good, brave effort, the CCC. and with every game they just keep getting better and better. Of course, they might be keeping a close eye on Shatrughn Rambaran, who scored 100 today for Clark Road. He scored 122. Kyle Hoop scored 162 as Clark Road scored 409 against Marching Sports. So that's another option for the CCC, for Rambaran to be back into this team with that good knock he had today.
Well, what they'll also be hoping for is hopefully that Richards will be able to resume duties behind the stumps, or they'll have to find a specialist wicketkeeper who can probably come in and do a job for them, because clearly this wicket was too difficult for Shamar Brooks to do it, because once the ball was keeping low, his footwork really let him down badly, and he really wasn't able to corral some of those deliveries. Once the ball did something unusual,
Yes.
it was difficult for him to get to them.
I know an option they might want to look at. And I remember Dinesh Ramdin, skipper the CCC, at not last year but the year before in the Super 50, and of course he's still active here with the Woodland cricket team in South Trinidad. So it might be an option if it is that Richards would not recover in time. Let's hope that he does.
They're heading off to Jamaica. The CCC?
No.
Well, Leeward Islands are heading to Jamaica.
Right, and the CCC will be
here
playing
with
the West Indies right here.
So,
So it's that's another option for them to apply to get the services of Dinesh Ramdin.
but what about the option of Kamil Puran, as a wicketkeeper? But then again, that's just a stopgap measure
Yes.
as well. And you may get the same kind of results that you got today on a wicket that is, once it's a two-pace wicket keeping becomes doubly difficult.
Very difficult.
So
So
you
you would
really
need the experience of a Ramdin or
and a specialist keeper to do that. So just to quickly remind you, when we resumed this morning, it was 15 without loss. That's where they started, but things started to happen quickly. Kieran Powell, who made 114 in the first innings, and a lot was resting on his shoulders, but he couldn't repeat the dose. He was out for 5, caught primers, bowled blades. It was 19 for 1. It then became 30 for 2 when Michael Louis he added just 7 runs to his overnight 6, and he was out for 13 LBW to blades at that stage. But a decent partnership between Casey Carty and Justin Graves, both getting 61. That's before Carty was out for 61, caught primers, bowled blades, 137 for 3. And then, of course, Justin Graves was out brilliantly, caught and bowled by Motara for a well-played 61 at 196 rather for 4. And then at 205, the drama with Jamar Hamilton, who was batting beautifully for his 28. He was run out by McCarthy, the concussion substitute, who really kind of credited himself very well coming into the game at a late stage and having an impact with the ball and then in the field. Although it must be said that when he actually fielded the ball on the boundary, he did go over the line with the ball in his hand, and although he released the ball, he was well over the rope at that time, and it should not have counted. But just the sheer brilliance of the fact that he was lying on the ground, picked up the ball, and then in one motion just rifled a return that beat Jamar Hamilton, who is very quick between the wickets, mind you, and he had him run out for 28, 205 for 5. It was 223 for 6 when Joel Andrews, after playing a couple big shots, was bowled by Matara for 16. He didn't seem to know where the ball passed. And then Jeremiah Louis shaped well for his 30. And he too was bowled by Matara, playing all over one, and lost his wicket, 263 for 7. But after that, Raheem Cornwall, 42 not out, and Hayden Walsh Jr. on 19 not out, put together another good half-century partnership to see the Leeward Islands home at 319 for 7, with the victory target being 316. So victory by 3 wickets, and again the pick of the bowlers, Blades 3 for 50, and Motara 3-4-71 for the CCC. So they tried hard, but they came up short yet again. But there's still hope, and I'm sure they'll try to get a victory whenever they take to the field. And again, congratulations to the batting of Goodridge for his 75, Henry for his 73, Graves for his 58 in the first innings. Durham had 4 for 37, Louis had 3 for 54. When the Leewards batted, they got a 259. Kieran Powell 114, Graves had 5 for 63, and Motara had 2 for 13. Blades also had 2 wickets there as well. And in their second innings, the CCC, they got to 301 for an overall lead of 315, setting the Leewards 316 for a victory. And that was due mainly to Yannick Otley, who made 99. Coincidentally, it was the second time that he has been dismissed for 99, or at least getting to 99. The other time, I think he was left stranded on 99, and when he ran out of partners. McCarthy made 37, as I said, coming in as that concussion substitute for the injured Demario Richards, who was concussed and couldn't take any further part in the game. Cornwall had 4 for 62. Louis had 3 for 59. And then chasing 316 to win, the Leeward Islands got over the line late on the 4th day, getting to 319 for 7, thanks to 61 apiece from Carty and Graves and an unbeaten 42 from skipper Rakeem Cornwall, who ended the game in fine style in typical Cornwall fashion, back-to-back sixes to ease everybody's frustrations and fears when he just brought a sudden and dramatic end to proceedings out here at the University of the West Indies. So that is the situation here. On behalf of Ian Wason and the rest of the crew, I'm Oscar Mark thanking you for joining us, and we look forward to your continued support as we continue coverage of the West Indies Championships right here on the West Indies, on Cricket West Indies TV and on 360. So as we leave you once more, the Leeward Islands are the victors here today, beating CCC by 3 wickets.